see by the clock on the wall that it's 1 p.m. and we'll call this meeting to order. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Nelson. Commissioner Nelson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. And now we'll move on to public comment. And we're going to read the entire thing that's at the beginning of our agenda. It says that the public will be able to participate in the meeting by watching the live stream of the meeting at the Douglas County website, and public comment will be accepted prior to the board meeting through either Douglas County website or by setting up an appointment with the county manager's office until the day before the board meeting. Members of the public may click on a link to watch the live stream of the Board of County Commissioners meeting that is printed in the agenda. It's the link. To offer public comment before the board meeting, members of the public may submit public comments on lines through the county's public comment forum by clicking on another link, which is also listed in the agenda. Written public comments may be mailed to the Douglas County Manager's Office at the Post Office Box 218, Minden, Nevada 89423, but all public comments must be received prior to the date of the meeting or if the comments are to be included in the supplemental materials. And we have 102 pages of supplemental materials, including comments. All written public comments that are received prior to 4 p.m. the day before the board meeting will be compiled and will be added as supplemental material for the county commissioners and the public to review prior to the meeting. Any written public comment received the day of the board meeting will be compiled and added as supplemental materials to the county's website and distributed to the Board of Commissioners within 24 hours of the meeting. Members of the public may call the county manager's office at 775-782-9821 to obtain help making public comment. To make public comment during the board meeting, the public must call 775-783-6007 and leave a voice message which will be played for the Board of County Commissioners and public when public comment is announced. Although the public comment phone line can accommodate multiple incoming calls at once, if a member of the public should get a busy signal, please call back. Because of the possibility for a high volume of telephone calls, there could be increased potential for technical difficulties. Citizens are therefore encouraged to submit their public comments in writing prior to the date and time of the board meeting. When leaving a voice message, members of the public should begin their public comment by stating and spelling their full name and whether he or she favors or opposes or has no opinion on the agenda item under consideration. No more than one voice message or public comment per person will be played to the county commissioners and the public during each public comment period. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person and will only occur at the beginning and end of the board meeting. Public comments will not be taken on each agenda item during the meeting. If the members of the public desire to comment on more than one agenda item and believe that their comment will exceed 3 minutes offered at both the beginning and end of the board meetings, they are encouraged to submit written public comments to supplement their verbal public comments. Douglas County's public comment phone line will become available to take public comment at 1 p.m. for opening public comment. When the chair calls for opening public comment, the line will remain open for at least 5 minutes to allow members of the public to call or until the last caller has finished leaving a voice message on the county's public comment phone line. Once the chair closes opening public comment, any voice message received after that time will be considered closing public comment. The county's public comment phone line will remain open to allow for closing public comment to be recorded as the meeting progresses. When the chair calls for closing public comment, the phone line will remain open for at least 5 minutes to allow members of the public to call or until the last caller has finished leaving a voice message on the county's public phone line. Pursuant to Governor Sisolak's declaration of emergency, copies of the agenda will not be posted at any physical location. And that concludes the stricture on public comment. Public comment is now open. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir. Natalie Wood, for the record. I've received 2 so far. I will start playing them.
Okay.
Lynn Muzzy, M-U-Z-Z-Y. Not that long ago, Douglas County's political, legal, and law enforcement leadership joined together to defy the state government's requirements for background checks on private party firearm sales and red flag laws. Now, long past any public health necessity, our Board of County Commissioners find it convenient to follow to the letter the COVID-19 prohibitions on in-person meetings. How convenient. No pesky in-person criticism from the podium to call them out for rushing through residential projects for their special friends. Full speed ahead to hurry up the master plan that will cement the continuation of the destruction of our county's rural nature. Phone and written comments are sharply restricted. You want to make comments on a particular agenda item plus opening and closing? You've got 6 minutes. In technical compliance with open meeting laws, but obviously convenient for ethically deficient commissioners who don't care to have their actions called out. The Planning Commission leadership welcomes taxpayer input, but thanks to the BOCC's diktat, their meetings and abbreviated comment periods are also only on Zoom. In the words of one involved citizen, this is ridiculous. How can you have a workshop with no open dialogue, 3-minute bookends that barely scratch the surface of complex master plan issues, and written comments that go to some burial ground with no response from the commissioners? I'm very happy that Commissioner Ingalls has forwarded a proposal that will honor a true military hero today. But it's too bad this dedication to bravery will take place because 3 of the commissioners, 1 retired police officer, and 2 former soldiers choose to speak to the public from their safe rooms via video feed.
Okay, next.
Richard Slade. Our master plan is the guiding document for the county's future. It should reflect the will of the people of Douglas County. Unfortunately, the current update has been hijacked by certain county commissioners in the Department of Community Development to try to introduce pro-development statements that are inconsistent with the public's oft-repeated desire to keep our rural character. Commissioners Penzel and Walsh have both had 4 years to complete the 2016 update to the master plan, yet they have not done so. Now that they are leaving office at the end of the year, they want to rush through an update in the midst of the COVID pandemic and an important election, and they want to do so with as little public input as possible. Last month, the county allowed a political event with 30,000 people with no social distancing and very few masks. Whether you think that was a great idea or an unnecessary risk to public health and safety is not the point here. What is important is that there's no longer any excuse for not having in-person public meetings so that the public will have more opportunity to comment on local issues, especially the master plan update. These meetings could easily be held at the community center where there's even an option for people who would prefer to sit outside. This raises 2 questions. First, why not have in-person meetings? I can only think of 2 reasons at this point. One, that you want to continue to keep public comment to a minimum and that you're unwilling to revert to the long-held county policy of allowing public comment on every action agenda item as it is being considered. And 2, that you are doggedly determined to get pro-development statements into the master plan update regardless of public sentiment or the public interest, and that you do so because for whatever reason, you are beholden to interest instead to pro-development interests. Which of those reasons do I believe is true? Both of them. The second related question is, what's the rush to complete the update in the last month in office for Commissioners Penzel and Walsh? The update's already 4 years late. The 25-year update is due next year. Why try to ram this through during a pandemic and an election? The only reasonable answer is because Commissioners Penzel, Walsh, Rice, and the Community Development Department want to add pro-development language that is not in keeping with the public sentiment. That behavior is shameful. You must know that whatever changes you make can and likely will be changed again next year in a 25-year update. So what really is your purpose in pushing this pro-development agenda that you know is not what the public wants? Why are you seemingly so determined to ruin what makes this county so special? Why have you embraced a pro-development position that is contrary to the will of the people? Do you not understand why Commissioner Walsh got crushed in his bid for re-election by a political newcomer? Have you no sense of decency? You should have in-person meetings, and you should slow the master plan update process to get it right and to reflect public interest.
Next.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I am dismayed, disappointed, and disillusioned by the proposed master plan schedule. The 158-page draft master plan was released October 14th for public comment, as well as the 168-page public survey results recently released. Sadly, we have less than 7 days before the two-day Planning Commission workshops next week. It is a reasonable request to reschedule, allowing for additional time. Workshop definition is defined as an assembled group of people who share a common interest or problem. They meet together to improve their skill or subject through intensive study, research, practice, and discussion. Getting everyone involved is key to a successful workshop. If you stand up and talk for 3 hours, you're just giving a lecture, not facilitating a workshop. The Planning Commission, by definition, is not conducting a workshop. I am urging you to direct staff to postpone the master plan workshop, repost it as necessary as required, conduct the two-day workshop to be in person, as the current meetings are ineffective without open dialogue and discussion, because you assume not too many people will participate. They get on with it at the senior center. The county has previously conducted workshops at that location. It's violating the public's ability to provide meaningful interactive dialogue by limiting our participation to written and 2 3-minute pre-recorded comments without the benefit of open dialogue. Let's explore NRS 241-010, legislative declaration intent. Enacting this chapter, the legislation finds and declares that all public bodies exist to aid the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and their deliberations be conducted openly. Definition of openly: without concealment, deception, or provocation, especially where these might be expected.
Next.
I'm Jim Morris. I'm a 40-year manager and owner of a multi-county vacation rental company in Lake Tahoe. I debated with myself about contributing this procedures over the last 15 years. I've appeared at countless public hearings, working groups, and professional seminars regarding vacation rental. And after countless hours of participation, my effectiveness in supporting our industry is in question. The increasing self-interest of entitled permanent residents who are in the voting majority in the vacation rental communities continue to march on. Do they have grievances? Absolutely. These might be noise, parking, crash, and traffic caused in some cases by inconsiderate human beings visiting our community. But are these enough to deprive our property owners of basic property rights, as are occurring in the city of South Lake Tahoe? I believe that Douglas County did not intend this, but neither did South Lake Tahoe when they passed their first ordinance 15 years ago. We urged at that time to use existing laws regarding disturbing the peace, littering, parking, and so on. And they said that they couldn't do that because it's too hard to go after the renters. Instead, they put costly fines on the owners, and finally they figured it out. Finally, a few years ago, they started fining the renters, which is what we wanted years and years ago. The city has hired 5 enforcement officers who responded to 229 complaints all year. Only 52 violations were given. So that's the way government can happen. We support regulation. Don't let it get out of hand. We don't support a cap, which is a basic denial of property rights. Our industry supports regulation, but unless it's controlled by the county in controlling the cost of government, it'll run away. We're paying $1,300 for a vacation inspection in El Dorado County, where it takes 5 to 10 minutes to do it. I'm afraid that once you build your department, you'll have costly inspections, and eventually these fees will get out of hand, causing people a basic diminution of their property rights. Please look at this situation. We moved to Douglas County 20 years ago to avoid runaway bureaucratic government. Please be aware that this is happening before our very eyes. Thank you very much.
Okay, next.
Any more, Natalie?
I have one more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gavon, Guedin, Fire Marshal for Tahoe Douglas Fire Department. And I'm calling in. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for this time. And I wanted to share some concerns that we have, and we'll be continuing to monitor the vacation home rental, or STR, as it goes forward. We're very concerned that if a cap is placed on these numbers of vacation home rentals, that it will cause a surge in these vacation home rentals and will lead to rogue operators that do not fit within or choose to register their vacation home rentals. So we look forward to working with the county, but we want to make sure that there's good enforcement in place before we set caps. And that would be our comment, and we're looking forward to the presentation. Thank you.
I have one more that came in, but it's a duplicate phone number. So I'm going to play it and I will see if it's from a different individual.
Yes, this is Jimmy Morris, a 40-year resident of Lake Tahoe and owner of Vacation Rental.
I believe that was the same one.
Any further?
Nope, that last one came in at 1:16 p.m.
So we'll wait till 1:21. Please play it.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Wiley, WYLIE. I'm calling in opposed to this new regulation. I just think we live in an amazing area, and sharing it with other people is great. As a great idea. Vacation home rentals shouldn't be restricted and legislated to the point that it doesn't happen anymore. I think there's a few bad apples that aren't respectful to this area, and those people should be fined, and it shouldn't harm the rest of the population. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Okay, so 121, have you received any additional,
No, sir, the last one.
Ms. Wood?
No, sir, the last one came in at 1.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, during a 5-minute waiting period. All right, if there are no objections, then we'll move on with approval of the agenda. Any objections? Seeing none, then we'll move on to approval of the agenda. The possible action, and do we have a motion on approval of the agenda?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh and a second by Commissioner Nelson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. Motion carries. All right. Next, we'll move for approval of the previous minutes. We have board minutes for September 3rd and the 17th. All members of the board have been present for those, as far as I know. The 3rd of September and the 17th of September. Do we have a motion?
I've moved to approve the draft minutes of the September 3rd, 2020 and September 17th, 2020 regular meetings of the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Nelson, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. All right, motion carries. Minutes are approved. So then we'll move on to the consent calendar. We have items A through K. Anyone wish to pull any item off the consent calendar? Seeing none, then I'll look for a motion on the consent calendar.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar items A through K.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Nelson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No nays. Motion carries 5-0. All right, we'll move on to the administrative agenda. The first item is presentation only. I'll read it into the record. It's a presentation of proclamation 2020P-094 recognizing East Fork Fire Protection District Deputy Chief David William Fogerson for 18 years of continued dedicated service to Douglas County. We'll be making the presentation here. Let me call for Mr. Fogerson. Mr. Fogerson? Any wife? Is she here? Come on in. Chief Carlene, you're going to be here? Be in it? And what about the report? Okay. You can be right here. I'll have my back to the camera. Bullets not going on. All right. We're here for a presentation to Deputy Chief Fogerson. Go ahead and shut the door. And we have Chief Todd Carlini of the East Fork Fire District. And you're the secretary now, Mr. Hexagon? That's correct. You want to change places? No. Okay, and we also have the chief doctor and chief medical officer for Douglas County, Dr. Holman, with us. And I don't know your name.
Ann Jeanette.
Anjanette, welcome.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to read this proclamation. This is, oh, I need my glasses. Proclamation, County of Douglas, Proclamation 2020P-094, proclamation recognizing 18 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by East Fork Fire Protection District Deputy Fire Chief David William Fulkerson. I will tell you, I wore the red shirt to commemorate the fire department, and William is also home. Whereas Deputy Fire Chief David William Fulkerson served the East Fork Fire Protection District for 18 years, starting as a training captain on August 19, 2002. Deputy Chief Fulkerson, later promoted to the rank of battalion chief on February 9, 2008, served in that position for a short period of time prior to his promotion to deputy chief on May 5, 2008. Whereas East Fork Fire Protection District and Douglas County experienced significant growth and changes during Deputy Chief Fulkerson's time with East Fork. During this time, Deputy Chief Fulkerson brought many creative solutions to some of the most difficult problems faced not only by the district and Douglas County, but by the region at all levels of government. Whereas Deputy Chief Fulkerson has been a strong advocate for centralized coordination and support of response and recovery activities, continuing and continuity of operations, enhanced access, and sharing of information in the region, and coordinated identification and deployment of available resources to Quad County, including Carson City, Douglas County, Lyon County, and Story County. Deputy Chief Fulkerson's leadership in this area led to the adoption of the Quad County Multi-Agency Coordination Guide in 2018, whereas Deputy Chief Fulkerson achieved Executive Fire Officer certification from the National Fire Academy, holds a master's degree in public administration, and is one of only a few certified emergency managers in the state of Nevada. Douglas County relied heavily on Deputy Chief Fulkerson's extensive knowledge and expertise in the areas of emergency response and preparedness during his time with East Fork. Under the direction and coordination of the East Fork Fire Protection District Deputy Chief Fulkerson, several agencies in the region have been trained and responded effectively in times of crisis. And whereas Deputy Chief Fulkerson has served as the emergency response incident commander on several emergency incidents, including multiple fire and flood events for Douglas County. Most recently, he has served as a member of the multi-agency coordination system as a Quad County representative for Quad County Coronavirus 19 pandemic response. In these roles, Deputy Chief Fulkerson made significant sacrifices and worked tirelessly to ensure the health and safety of the residents in the region. Whereas Deputy Chief Fulkerson was a champion of public health services and a founding member of the Behavioral Health Task Force, he encouraged and supported the growth and recognition of the importance of behavioral health in the region, helping evolve Douglas County Health Care Coalition to the Quad County Healthcare Coalition, His work with the Healthcare Coalition will ensure that the community's most vulnerable populations of all ages will receive the behavioral health assistance they need in times of emergency and non-emergency. Whereas Deputy Chief Fulkerson believes strongly in building and maintaining relationships to build leverage resources for the benefit of communities, he recognizes the properly trained employees and volunteers, when mobilized appropriately, can serve as a force multiplier for public safety and emergency response, and feel strongly that the contributions to the members of these volunteer organizations include, but not limited to, the Community Emergency Response Team, Search and Rescue, Civilian Mounted Posse, Citizen Patrol, Reserve Deputies, the Chaplain Unit, and Triad Senior Programs would be recognized and appreciated for their hours of service. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners that the Douglas County David William Fulkerson Award is created in honor of his 18 years of devoted service to Douglas County and the region. This award shall be given in recognition of civilians who, through exemplary performance of their volunteer duties and outstanding dedication to their community, best serve the citizens of Douglas County in support of public safety personnel and emergency response. Adopted this 15th day of October 2020, Board of County Commissioners, William Council Chairman. In witness thereof, I've sent my seal to Kathy Lewis. I'll give this to Chief Carlini to present to Deputy Chief Public Security. Photos will be after the event. And also, is it from the fire board?
And we award you this and really appreciate your service. I'll never forget when I first came on the board and we're having flooding and you're kind of the creative problem solver behind the scenes and always coming up with something. It's like, oh, never thought of that. And you're just magical. And you're going to be sorely missed and your dad will be very proud.
Also, the citizens are very proud of you.
Yeah, that's right.
Dr. Holman?
So as Chief Medical Officer for Douglas County, I want to say thank you so much. You've been really the person I could lean on when I had no clue what I was doing. And the best thing that I've noticed about you, Dave, is you either had the answer or you knew who had the answer. And that was very much appreciated. And the health of Douglas County is better for your service. And I also want to say thank you to your wife. I know you had many hours of not having him around, and now you're going to have many hours of having him around.
Yes, that's true.
That's going to be interesting.
It will be.
Thank you for your sacrifice and for your services.
We love our community and he does it for everybody in our community.
Now it's your turn to say something.
I got no words. Yeah, I was blessed to live a childhood dream to become a firefighter. And for the past 31 years in my life. And the friendships, I'm going to miss them all. I mean, we built something pretty magical in this place for the betterment of the people. And that I just adore. So thank you all.
Well, thank you for doing what you've done and being here as part of the community. And thank you for sharing with us.
Yes.
Did you I can't believe you haven't said any more than what Laura said.
You know, I think that proclamation, said it all. And, it's going to be very difficult for me, not having, my right hand and my left hand. Sometimes this guy next to me. He certainly always has demonstrated a high level of proficiency and service and care. And just when I always thought that you can't go any higher, sadly COVID came into our life. But I saw him rise above any expectation I ever had for this community, and he really cares. And I think that's. I think the most important thing about Dave is just how much he cares for every single person in this community, in the region, in the state. I mean, he has done so much over his career, and I can't thank you enough for that, and more importantly for the friendship that we've had during that time. It's been very genuine and certainly treasured. And Jeanette, you are a saint. You are a saint to be able to give him up as often as you did. And a lot of times when I had asked, I sincerely appreciate that. You're a remarkable person as well. Thank you.
Now, I know that from our standpoint, French talk about nom de plume, which is the writing name, and I think your COVID-19 responsibilities turned it into a nom de guerre. and I think it's been something that we've become accustomed to, and now you've ceded that over to the chief, and he's having trouble, right?
Yeah, the daily emails will be a lot shorter.
But we appreciate all the guidance and direction, and the way that you fought for Douglas County before, but also during COVID-19. In my view, you were a soldier. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so that will conclude this one, but you gotta stay around,
Okay.
okay? And so do you, chief, okay? I guess the fire board too. Secretary.
I gotta go back to work though, so. We're doing a little moment.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Keep me informed on Facebook what you guys do.
Yeah,
Like, on time, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks, Chief.
Now you're stuck with me.
All right. All right. What are we gonna do?
And let me read the next thing into the record. Next is for presentation only, presentation of a volunteer service award to Dave Thomas, who through exemplary performance of his volunteer duties with the Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, and outstanding dedication to his community, has best served the citizens of Douglas County in support of public safety personnel and emergency response. And this will be presented by Deputy Chief Ferguson. You still are until the end of the month.
13 days.
And I will be departing. I'll leave the meeting and I'll catch up with you and leave it to the Vice Chair, Mr. Walsh. All right.
Thank you. Yes, good to see you.
Okay, Dave, if you could go ahead and proceed with the presentation.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was in charge of technology too. This is kind of odd because I just found out about this now, so it makes it even more memorable for me to be able to give this to a dear friend of mine. David Thomas started as a volunteer for Eastport many, many years ago. And when his volunteer time at Eastport came to an end, he decided to become the Community Emergency Response Team coordinator for us. And the CERT team, we have about 75 members to 100 members in it. And this group helps teach the community how to become more disaster safe. When Dave Thomas took over the CERT team, we kind of expanded our role a bit to teaching some community first aid, community CPR, community AED. We started the Pulse Point app, and we put Stop the Bleed kits at all of our public access AEDs. And Dave Thomas was there every step of the way, helping us with that and having the volunteers go out there. And we have people that are alive today because of those AEDs, either in the back of a sheriff's car that the CERT team helped us with, or in various community buildings, including the community center or the historical society building in downtown, where one of their members collapsed and they used that AED and the training from the CERT team to help save that person's life. So it's my honor to give Dave Thomas the David Willie Ferguson Award for outstanding volunteer service and support of public safety and emergency response service. Thank you, Dave. Chief?
Well, I can't say enough about Dave. I was introduced to him when he was a volunteer firefighter years ago for Topaz Lake Volunteer Fire Department. Always eager to learn, always ready to take on a new challenge. Was not afraid of being put in leadership roles. And just absolutely dedicated to the craft and practice and community service of being a volunteer firefighter. And after 20 years, when he decided to give that up, and we had an opportunity for a position as the CERT coordinator, boy, that was just really simple. And we threw that out there, and just like pretty much anything else he's ever done, as I've known him, I don't think he really even hesitated. Stepped right into that role, and as Chief Ferguson mentioned, he has advanced that program well beyond, what we even expected again. This community is full of people that exceed expectations every single day. I'm privileged to be able to work with them. Dave Thomas is one of them. Dave Fulkerson certainly has been one of them. And I think that's what makes Douglas County so good and so strong. We do have those people in our community. Recognizing, one of them here today as a volunteer. His wife, Judy. Judy, for a while, was on the volunteer department there as well. And that's important. That's what really makes and defines some of our unofficial communities in this county is our volunteer department. And I'm really proud to have met Dave 20 plus years ago and to be part of his upbringing, I guess, in public safety. And he demonstrated his commitment and desire every single day, and Judy did as well. And this is quite a very appropriate recognition for what he has done with the CERT team. So, Dave, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. And Mr. Thomas, congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, sir. This is totally unexpected. I certainly would like to thank my wife for all she put up with over the years. I want to thank Chief Carlini, Chief Fulkerson for their guidance, their leadership, their friendship. Just an example of the leadership, Chief Carlini, I could expand a little bit about the story he was telling. That was a fire we had at the Topaz Lodge at the general store. And our units had gotten there and had gone to work. Of course, everybody else was coming from town. Chief Carlini, who hadn't been with the district very long, pulls up in his red Fire SUV. And I ran up, told him what was going on. I said, okay, Chief, you're here. You can take over now. I'm going to go play. Oh, no, he said. I'm going to go play. He drew a circle in the sand, said, you're the incident commander. That's where you stand. He put me into a leadership role right away, which I've always cherished that moment. So thank you for that and many others. And thank you all for this. Totally unexpected.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I appreciate those comments. Would anybody else like to say anything at this time? Aha.
This is Angela. I just wanted to point out something that hasn't been mentioned yet, and maybe Dave can or Todd can contribute to it. Dave has worked on COVID, and he went to the operations center every day. Do you want to expand on that?
Dave Thomas ran the call center for the Quad Counties, working 7 days a week, every other week, and managed that call center for 2 months. Yeah. CERT put in 1,200 hours in a 3-month period, and the majority of those hours were Dave Thomas put in those hours to answer the phones, to make sure that someone was there to help somebody whenever they had a question about COVID or how to get tested. And, he's a big part of what kept our community safe and often when he watched us.
That's terrific. It goes to show you the volunteerism in this county is awesome. And I thank you all very, very much. Okay, I think we'll go on to the next agenda item. Commissioner Penzel will rejoin us shortly. Natalie, if you want to take that picture of the conference room off the screen, that'd be good. All right, I'm going to read into the record agenda item number 3 for presentation only. Update and presentation on tourism recovery initiative. Kimberly Padigo, Noble Studio, Carol Chaplin, Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, and Heidi Saucedo, Carson Valley Visitors Authority. Ladies.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time for us today so that we can come back to you with some additional detail on the COVID Recovery Fund that you were so gracious to and generous to offer us so that we can continue our efforts to help our businesses recover in our region. It's been it's been a pleasure because even though I have worked with Carson Valley Visitors Authority in the past on collaborative projects, this one is specifically really special. Not only because I've been able to work more closely with Heidi and Jan. Unfortunately, Jan isn't able to join us today, but also Noble Studios, who was selected out of an RFP process, has over-delivered already, and they still have a lot of work to go, offering us special rate structure and really being passionate about this project. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Heidi with Visit Carson Valley to start the presentation, and then Kimberly, who is lead on our account, will jump in with a little bit more information. And just to remind you, there was a request by the commissioners for a little bit more detail on what we would propose and how we would specifically reach some of our local businesses in a more meaningful way to help them recover and support them with additional business opportunity.
All right, Heidi.
And it's 10 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
10 minutes or less if we can help it. Vice Chairman Walsh and Commissioners, thank you very much for allowing us the time to present to you today. I'm Heidi Saucedo with Carson Valley Visitors Authority, AKA Visit Carson Valley. Jan Vandermeer, our Executive Director, sends his regards, but he had a prior conflict today. But I have been living and breathing this project, so I feel like I'm an acceptable stand-in for him. Just as a warning, we're attempting to put volumes of information into just a few slides here, and so we appreciate you'll have questions at the end. The amount of effort and energy that has been expended since this grant was awarded has been essentially a full-time job for a lot of people. And I just want to remind you that this project is a result of the coronavirus relief funds granted from the county that came down from the federal government. And we just greatly appreciate it. This has been a wonderful opportunity for all of us to work together. I did want to point out there's a couple of changes to the PowerPoint that's in your packet. 2 weeks ago when we had to submit this, we had spec ads, and now we have actual creative to show you, as well as the media plan, which Noble Studios will be talking about in a couple minutes. So hopefully I can get this started. There we go. So we're going to start with the why. We've been working really closely with Tahoe South, which has been such a great experience for all of us. And we sent out an RFP for agencies to bid on the creation and execution of an entire advertising and marketing campaign. And we received 3 proposals. And we're thrilled to tell you that we're working with local company Noble Studios on this. And you'll be hearing more from them in a minute. I also wanted to make sure that you knew that we really heard you and we really understand how important it is to help our local businesses through economic recovery. So we are definitely doing as much as we can to point to our local businesses. In addition to the campaign creation, we're working with a local company to put together a safe experience trail, encouraging visitors and locals, because we're all visitors in our own community, to go and actually put your feet in the local merchants and businesses. So we heard your comments. We wholeheartedly agree that we need to bring the marketing down to the micro level and into our own backyards with this economic impact. So I wanted to let you know that we're doing this local business safe experience trail. Our goal is to get at least 50 restaurants, lodging properties, shops, and activity providers to join into the safe experience trail. Both visitor bureaus and agencies are going to create marketing and awareness of this. And all customers, whether they're locals or out-of-towners, can feel confident that they will have a safe experience going into these Douglas County businesses. People will use their smartphone to visit local merchants, check in, and then they'll earn prizes. And so the prizes get bigger and better the more merchants are visited. And so hopefully we'll be able to really move the needle on this one. And now I'd like to introduce Jared, I'm going to butcher this last name, Lapicolo, and Kimberly Pedigo from Noble Studios to talk more about the campaign.
Great, thank you. I'll turn it over to Kimberly. It's Lo Piccolo, but I'll answer to anything like that. So no, we're really proud to be partnering up together in this co-op. I think we're going to produce some really great work. I think we're going to attract some great visitors. And so we're just can't be thankful enough to have been awarded this opportunity. And we are locals, as you said, we visit our area. I have a cabin in Markleyville. I'm there every weekend. I'll be there this upcoming weekend. So I have the great fortune of living in Carson City and driving through the valley, and I just love it here. So we're happy to help out, and we're bringing all our passion to this project. So, but I can keep talking because of that Italian, and luckily I'm not using my hands either. And so I'm going to turn it over to Kimberly now.
All right, thanks Heidi, and thanks Jared. It's Kimberly Pedigo from Noble Studios. It's nice to meet all of you. As Jared mentioned, we're very excited to be working on this campaign together. So going to try to go as quick as possible. I know the time constraints. So as you see on this slide, we created a cohesive campaign to really unify Douglas County across Carson Valley and Lake Tahoe as well. And we're calling it Sierra Safely. We want to encourage visitors as well as locals into the county, and to do so safely, to bring that economic stimulation and recovery to the local businesses. So the campaign launched earlier this week and then is going to continue to roll out throughout November and run through the end of the year based on the CARES grant. Next slide. Okay, great. And then this is the landing page that is really the center of the campaign. You can visit it by going to sierrasafely.com. All of the digital traffic that we're going to be creating through our advertising is going to be going to this. And this URL will also be promoted in all of the traditional advertising that we're doing as well. I know it's hard to see on this screen, but in the upper right-hand corner, you can see links to each of the destinations' websites. So you have Visit Tahoe South and Visit Carson Valley. And so the goal is to attract visitors as well as locals into this landing page to share information about the area, and then ultimately get them to go to the destination to learn more about particulars about Tahoe South or the Carson Valley. What's great about this is we can keep this updated as things change. So if anything does change, we're able to very quickly get online and update the copy on this page versus a print ad runs and it's out there. This gives us an opportunity to really make sure we're keeping the messaging very on point and very relevant to what may be happening. Next page. So the next two slides show some sample ad creative, just so you can see some examples of the ads you might be running into out there. We created 3 different audiences. One's a leisure audience, one's an outdoor audience, and then the other is a heritage and history audience. What we all know by living here is that Tahoe South and the Carson Valley have 2 distinct audiences, but there's a great overlap in passion for outdoors. And so we have an ad campaign that's going to be attracting both of those audiences through that unified campaign around Sierra Safely, and really showcasing a lot of the things to do out there in the outdoors safely. The ad is running primarily in digital means, so across social media and other channels. There's also outdoor advertising. So if you all know, I'm sure you know passionately that, or personally, that billboard when you're going out of the valley, up the hill right before Topsy. That's one of the billboards on Highway 395. We also have one going up Highway 50 towards right as you start to head off of, up the hill to South Shore. We also have one in Reno, and then we have 4 down in Las Vegas, encouraging that drive market, which we know through a lot of research and data that people are extending their drive markets these days. What used to be a 4 to 6 hour drive, now they're willing to go 6 to maybe even 10 hours for a road trip. Heidi's going to be talking more about some of the traditional media through local partnerships that each destination has been able to achieve through the next several slides.
Great, thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate that. This is Heidi Salcido again. So we just wanted to make sure that you understand that we're trying to reach as large of an audience as we possibly can with the message that we're safe, that we're open, and that people can come now or they can come when they're ready. We've got a lot of layers of communication to both locals and potential visitors. Lots of advertising, social media, newspapers. We are making sure that we hit even the people who aren't completely digital. We totally understand that. We've got TV commercials and local radio. Our public relations teams are both local vendors as well, and they're reaching out to journalists, bloggers, and travel influencers that we've worked with in the past or that have wanted to work with us. And so we'll be able to really, really saturate the market and hit as much media as we possibly can. So these are our local vendors. These are most of our vendors, and we tried to keep as much as we could local and really, really share the love because we know that everybody was really affected and hard hit by this. So we've got advertising partners, we've got our local agencies. You probably know a lot of the names: Rad Strategies, Whitinger, Noble, of course. We've got Lake Tahoe TV, KRLT FM, and KOWL. Up in Tahoe, we've got Carson now and South Tahoe now, Getaway Reno Tahoe, and of course, all the regional newspapers. There's a new one you may have heard of. They helped televise the debates, the NGBN TV, and we're going to be working with them as well. And I just wanted to make sure that you guys know, thanks to your vision and your foresight and entrusting us with this grant, we have been able to go so far with it. And now that Travel Nevada is a state tourism agency, they have also received some CRF funding. And so we are able to now take this campaign and expand it even farther than the reach that was ever contemplated when we came before you a couple months ago. And so just wanted to say thank you and let you know that even though everything has to be done here by December 30th, this is by no means over. We will continue to work with our small businesses and make sure that everybody can see that economic needle really moving. So that was a lot of information, and I am sure you have some questions for me, and I would love to answer them.
Are there any
or Carol or Kimberly.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the board members?
Yes, I have a question.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Engel.
With the work that you've been doing with the businesses up there, how many businesses have gone out of business permanently because of this?
That is not a question that I have all the answers to. Maybe Lisa could step in with that one.
Ms. Granahan?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I have to bring up my spreadsheet, but it's smaller than you would think. We don't have a mechanism to track that exactly. So I've been asking all of our business partners to let me know when they hear of a business going out of business. And so far, I think we have about 6 or 7 on the list total.
Thank you.
Well, certainly that's bad news in one sense, but it's good news that there's not a lot of businesses going out of business. I certainly want to thank you for your presentation. You know, this whole campaign, which is very broad-based, is supporting, actually our largest single industry, which is tourism. 1/3 of our workforce is connected to this industry. So we're very grateful for what you're doing. We're glad that we were able to support you through our federal grant program. Unless there's any other questions, I just want to thank everybody for participating in this particular issue.
Yeah, I have another question, Vice Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Engels.
Well, could any of you enlighten us as to what this is with these Lime scooters?
The scooters you love to hate.
I don't know about it. Sorry. Go ahead, Carol.
No, that's okay. Commissioner Ingalls, but Carol Chaplin for the record. Of course, South Lake Tahoe and many other destinations have had the scooters for several years now, and we had the bikes as well, the Lime bikes beforehand. I think those kind of went by the wayside for the company, but they are very popular, and we find on the South Shore that there are as many locals taking advantage of them as there are visitors. They have been regulated to be, their speed has been regulated because they used to, I don't know what the miles per hour are, but they were pretty fast and dangerous. But we continue to find that, at least on the South Shore, that people enjoy the experience. They feel like they're, it creates a modality that some people wouldn't enjoy otherwise. They wouldn't be out on bikes necessarily. And again, like I said, they've done some tracking and found that some employees will use those for short commutes.
Well, it's been interesting. I've gotten a lot of emails from folks off of Kingsbury, and apparently they wind up down there, get dumped because they don't have enough power to get back up. I can't imagine riding one of those things down Kingsbury, but.
No, I don't even want to watch that, actually. I would. But yeah, so they have people that come and they track those things, and then they pick them up and they bring them back home to their.
Do a lot of them come from across the border, the California side?
I'm not 100% sure where the majority are. I would say yes, because it's a little bit, flatter geographically on that side. And there, there is the Highway 50, the distance between businesses and between attractions is a little bit higher. So that I think is probably an incentive for people to use them in that area. But we have them in the state line area as well.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Rice.
Along those lines, when it comes to the scooters, Sheriff Coverly, as well as our district attorney's office, is Mr. Zachary and a couple of others. We are working on this because in the NRS, we cannot find anything that regulates scooters. And here on the Nevada side, they're coming in from California, and when they get to where they're going, they just leave it. And some are left on private property, others on public access areas. They're riding them on the trails and through parking lots, and that our sheriff's department has no way of regulating them at the moment because there's no ordinance. So we are looking into that, and hopefully we can do something to make sure that nobody gets themselves killed on those or by those. So that is a work in progress.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice, for that update. We'll keep a close watch on that. Any other questions? Seeing none, I see Commissioner Penzel is back online now, so I'll turn the meeting back over to him.
Thank you, ladies, for your presentation, and thank you, Commissioner Walsh, for taking over the meeting. And I have returned, and so if there are no further questions, we'll move on to item number 3.
Item 4.
4. I'm sorry, 4. This is for presentation only, an update from the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, Carson City District Office of their activities in Douglas County. Mr. Cullum, Acting Carson City District Manager, and Ms. Dow, Acting Sierra Front Field Manager. Gentlemen and lady, it's up
good
to you.
afternoon. This is Ken Cullum. I'm the Acting Field Manager for the Carson City District for the BLM. Normally, I'm the Field Manager for the Stillwater Field Office in Carson City BLM. So just over on the east side there.
And I met most of you last time. I'm Kim Dow, the Acting Sierra Front Field Manager. We wanted to come back again and talk to you with a few updates that we have on some of the projects that seemed like they were of interest to all of you last time. So we wanted to update you on the sediment basin projects, Knox excavating, and the East Fork Fire Station. So we'll start with the sediment basin projects. We have 2 water diversion projects that are in Douglas County. The first is the Johnson Lane, Stephanie Lane sediment basin, and the other one is the Smelter Creek water diversion. The Sierra Front Field Office Realty staff and planning staff has been working with Douglas County on both of these projects. Specifically, they've been working with Courtney Walker on both of these projects. For Johnson Lane and Stephanie Lane sediment basins, the NEPA is just beginning, and right now our staff is working with Courtney Walker on securing a contractor for the third-party NEPA, the EA that is going to be developed for this project. So this project is on track and is expected to be completed around the end of calendar year 2021. And then for Smelter Creek, we are reviewing Douglas County's plan of development that you submitted to us, and from that we will determine the most appropriate path for complying with NEPA, determining which type of document is the best one. Moving on to the Knox excavating, this generated quite a bit of discussion at our last meeting that I had with you. And since that time, we were able to go back and get a more complete picture of what this project is. So what Knox excavating is proposing is a mine that will take place off of BLM land. The action before the BLM is use of the road connecting to the mine. The BIA is the lead on the EA to develop the EA for the mine site. So the BLM is going to partner or cooperate with the BIA for that EA and analyze our piece of the action within that. That way the entire project will be analyzed within one NEPA document. And BIA right now, they're reassessing their approach to the NEPA. So we'll be a cooperating agency with them. As I understand, Douglas County will be as well. We'll participate and we'll address our piece of it through that process. And then East Fork Fire Station, Ken will provide an update.
Yeah, so East Fork Fire Station number 12, it's existing at 395 and Jacks Valley Road, as you know. Right now, it was constructed under an RMPP, or Recreation Public Purposes Act. Also, the BLM will be coordinating with the fire chief, Todd Carlini, to move forward with this. And for the process side of it, the next step is to complete the environmental site assessment and then move forward with the patent. So we will get with the chief and sit down so that he understands the process, and then we could move it to patent for the county. So that's our updates. If there's any comments on any of those topics or questions.
Well, Mr. Cullum, certainly there'll be comments and questions. Welcome. Ms. Dow has been here and she understands how we run this. So are there questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Rice?
Thank you. I know that all of us have received a good deal of public comment regarding the Knox excavation. And one of the things that I want to make sure that the public is aware of is the fact that we had absolutely no say in where we were up to this point. And hopefully with cooperation with the BLM and the BIA, we can at least have a chair at the table and a voice in this process. And I want to know, in your evaluation, are you going to be looking at the traffic impacts that this is going to have on our county roads here, or is that something that only the BLM is going to look at?
Oh, only the BIA?
I'm in the BIA, sorry.
Yeah, so right now the BIA is going to take all of the comments that they received from when they issued the original EA for public comment. They're going to look at those comments and use those as scoping to identify what we need to do moving forward. there will be some sort of traffic study. BIA is the lead for the EA, so BIA will be leading that effort, but BLM will certainly be involved in any aspect of that project and the analysis that deals with the road. So the traffic study will be of interest to us for sure.
It would seem to me that from the location where the excavation is taking place, they have to cross BLM land to get to the county land. And are you, I'm going to assume that you're going to have a voice in saying how they're going to get to their product from the site to where it needs to go?
That will definitely be part of our analysis because that is the action that is in front of us. The overall EA will look at all of the projects, so that it'll look at the mine itself as well as the access points and any of the environmental consequences around that. That's what the EA will examine. And so, yeah, the environmental site assessment the environmental assessment that is prepared will definitely be looking at the alternatives for accessing the site, including those that cross BLM.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd like to pick up a little bit of where Commissioner Rice left off. And in order to get the initial operating approval from BIA, they had to cross BLM land to get to the road that they're using. And it seems to me that at that point, we should have at least been informed that they were looking to do that, just as a matter of courtesy, if nothing else. How did we get left out of the picture at the very beginning of this?
I think that's probably more of a question for the BIA. We also were not involved in any of the coordination that the BIA may have had with Knox Excavating to begin with. Right now, they are not authorized to conduct the mining operations. The NEPA process has to take course. And so we will be cooperating agencies. Douglas County will be invited to be a cooperating agency. BIA will be the lead, and they won't be authorized to operate the mine until that NEPA process is complete.
You know, I understand it's been stopped. Ironically, as of last week, I had several residents that reported hearing that the hearing operations at the mine, which I don't think I went out there several times and I didn't see it. But on Sunrise Pass Road, off of Sunrise Pass Road to get to the BIA property or the trust property, they had to cross the BLM. I mean, that's BLM land. And most people are using Sunrise Pass as for other things. When they got the approval, it states in, I think it's the EA that currently exists, that BIA or that BLM gave them permission to use that. It's probably 200 yards to cross your property. And when I questioned that, I was told, well, BIA or BLM can do that anytime they want to do that. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct. So the EA does cite the case file for the right-of-way that they have applied for through the BLM. That authorization is not complete. We have not completed that, even though it has the case file name in the EA. That does not mean that we have issued that permit. We haven't started our NEPA on that. And now that we know that about the connected action, we'll be doing our NEPA in conjunction with the BIA. So the EA, I think, was a little bit misleading in that they had already secured a permit. That is not correct. They did have a temporary use permit from the BLM, which to do road maintenance, and we are going to be re-examining that and getting a better understanding of exactly what the intent of that was. If it's part of the mine, we're going to have to look at how we fold that into the current NEPA process.
For years, I have advocated a north-south road of which Sunrise Pass could be part of across BLM land from Carson City down to a point for general information at China Spring, where China Spring takes off from 395. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not. But my point being that that would all be on BLM land. It would not have to come across residential property areas. And to me, that solves one of the greater problems that the residents in Johnson Lane have about the noise from the traffic that would be generated by it. What kind of influence do you have on requiring, because I proposed this to Knox Excavation. They said, nah, it's too costly. We can't do it. Well, you're hauling road base. You could make it as you go and you only need to scrape it. What kind of authority do you have over them to say, well, that's the way you can get in and out?
Well, we are the authorized officer for this project. Through the NEPA process, we will be looking at multiple alternatives for access to the mine site. Just as BIA will be looking at multiple alternatives for the mining piece of the operation. So looking at other access points is absolutely something that we can do through this NEPA process.
So if residents contact me, I can say that you are looking at alternatives to using Johnson Lane. Is that correct?
That's correct. We will be. So as I was saying, the BIA is regrouping on how they've approached the NEPA so far. So they did that original EA. They're going to go back to the drawing board, essentially, bring BLM and Douglas County in as cooperating agencies and kind of start over again. So we'll be developing those alternatives together with the public and with the other cooperating agencies to identify what alternatives we want to examine. And then for the access point, the BLM is the authorized officer.
Okay, and in terms of including the public, we have a process of notification that we have for any land use. And it's a circle, basically. Would you be using our process, or are you going to come up with your own process to notify people that are in particularly the Johnson Lane, East Valley area?
I think that's something that BIA, BLM, and Douglas County will need to talk together about, as we are all going to be cooperators on this NEPA process as we move forward. I know that the BIA has their own process. We have our own process. You have your own process. And I think that we'll need to pick an option that is the most robust option for reaching out to the members of the public.
And part of that is going to be compiling an interested party mailing list. So, there's the opportunity to get on a mailing list for anything to do with this project that specific people can be notified. And then
I know that the BIA has reportedly received 170 inputs from folks. Would those 170 addresses be forwarded to you, even though they went to the BIA?
That's something that we can certainly ask for. I wasn't aware of that, how many requests that were comments that they got, but that's certainly something that we can talk to BIA about and request those members of the public to get their mailing address information and make sure that we include them as we move forward with the process.
And you would let us know if they say no?
Absolutely. Yeah, I envision that you would be at the table with us.
Okay. Good to know. Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Ingalls, go ahead. You're muted, John. You're muted. John, you are muted.
Ms. Dow?
Yes, sir.
Can we
Good.
get your email address so that we can give it to the folks out on Johnson Lane, rather than us taking all of this inundation of emails, and they can just go direct and deal with you?
So we have a public address that we can provide to you, a public website.
I'm not expecting you to do it. Don't take me serious.
Well,
I mean, you talk about taking arrows. All of us have been taking arrows on this deal. Thank you.
And the public will have another chance to comment after the alternative development and the EA goes back out for public.
I would hope so. And it was not done in the, to borrow a phrase from Ms. Dow, it was not done in the most robust manner. So we would appreciate a little better disclosure and notification. So, or a lot better. If you provide the address to us, we also make sure it gets out to folks. We'll publish it on our website too. Okay, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, then I want to thank you for coming here and talking to us. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Cullum, and appreciate it. And I hope that they, at some point, will remove the acting from your titles.
Anything's possible. And just a quick follow-up. The intent of us reaching out to the commissioners last month was to reestablish, a relationship, a working relationship with you all. And as I've done in Churchill and Mineral County, we meet with commissioners monthly to provide updates. And if they have any specific topics, or you do, that we want to talk about, you can let us know. We can also bring in our specialists for very detailed information if needed. So, just consider how frequently you'd want us to meet. Monthly seems to work out to the east. And then if you want us as a standing agenda item, we're more than happy to do that. And we can bring anybody and talk about anything you'd like.
Well, I think right now monthly is good, and certainly the three topics that you addressed are of keen interest to us at this point. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but I certainly would support that. Anybody got different opinions or ideas? It doesn't look like it. So I think
I would like to say that I appreciate you being here and helping to clear the air a little bit. You stepped in here at a very contentious time. You're unfortunately, the other federal representative here didn't do you any favors. So welcome, and don't take it personal.
Okay, appreciate it. We'll get it sorted out.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate the fact that you're willing to do it too. So thank you, and have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to item number 5, presentation only. Presentation, a monthly update to the Board of County Commissioners on the impacts of coronavirus on Douglas County, including major revenue sources, economic indicators, operations, and COVID-19 data. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me share my screen here. So I hope everybody can see that. What we have here is the major revenue figures that we have been tracking. I've made some changes to the format of this report and added some information for you. First of all, we've added property taxes as a line item. We weren't displaying that previously. Our property taxes are in good shape. We don't expect those to go down, but it's our largest single revenue source for the general funds. We've included those. We've also included under room tax program charges for services. We think that's relevant to the conversation as well. The format of this is a little bit different. The first column is the current year budget, fiscal year 2021. That's the budget that started on July 1st. So we just now are entering the second quarter of the fiscal year in October. The next column are the actual expenditures for last fiscal year, fiscal year 1920. And then we have the year-to-date actuals for the current year, which, like I said, covers the first quarter, as well as the year-to-date actuals for the same time period from the prior year. And then it shows the variance between the 2 years, year-to-date, and the variance percentage. So just to go through this a little bit, property taxes, we had budgeted a little less than $24.5 million. That was an increase over actuals from the prior year. Property values are going up, homes are being built, so we expected that to increase. Our year-to-date actuals are at 11.5 million. Compared to last year, it's a large increase, almost $2 million. I talked to our CFO, Terry Willoughby, about this, and it really was an anomaly. It was a large commercial property that paid their taxes last year in September and paid them this year in October. So there's just a little bit of timing difference. So I wouldn't get too excited that our property taxes are going up 20%. They're not. My guess is we're fairly well on track to hit our 24.4 million, but it's still early in the year. So we'll keep monitoring that. I think you'll see that large variation disappear in our next report. The next item on the list is consolidated tax, the C-tax. It's distributed to us from the state. We budgeted 11.6 million. Last year we collected 12.7. And the year-to-date actuals, the distributions don't come regularly, so there's not a lot of data there to look at. But we do expect the C-tax to actually increase slightly this year compared to last year, based on the state's projections. Gas taxes, this goes to RTC and road maintenance. That's not in the general fund. Again, we don't have a lot of collections yet, a lot of data, but we are seeing, compared to last year, a decrease of 8% year to date. So we'll have to continue to monitor that. The PALS sales tax, that funds the library as well as multiple community services programs. The PALS tax was budgeted to decrease 1.7 million versus 2 million actual from last year. And again, we don't have a lot of activity on this yet, but it's showing almost 17% increase. So we'll be watching that very closely because that affects some critical programs for us. On the room tax, this includes TOT and TLLT. We did budget a decrease. We collected 13.2 million last year, budgeted 8.8 million. Again, it's still early, but compared to where we were at same time last year, we've seen a slight increase with a 5% increase. You've seen some other numbers where in May, June timeframe, TOT collections were down, but they seem to have been improving pretty rapidly. And based on the anecdotes that I've heard, it sounds like TOT may be in good shape, and hopefully we'll have a better picture of that over the next couple of months. And then the last item, the program charges for services. This is really a lot of the programs that Community Services runs, and with a lot of the restrictions that they've had on their facilities, they haven't been able to collect as much revenue as they might have otherwise. Again, there's not a lot of activity yet, but it's a pretty big decrease compared to year-to-date last year versus this year. So we'll have to keep monitoring that as things are moving and starting to open up. The last set of governor's directives allowed more activity in the community center, and so hopefully we'll see that pick up as the year progresses. And then just for information here, this is not directly revenue, but taxable sales information from the Department of Taxation. This is comparing fiscal year 19 to fiscal year 20. And again, fiscal year 20 ended last June. So these are complete years. And you can see for Douglas County, there's a rather large increase in taxable sales. Our CFO, Terry Willoughby, inquired with the state about this, and there's definitely some anomalies in this data. There were some increases for online sales, as well as some rebate information. I forget the exact details. If you have questions on that, I can get more answers, but it does seem to be a little bit of an anomaly, and we expect that to balance out in the current year. But you can see statewide overall that the taxes decreased, taxable sales decreased 4.38%. And this is ending June 30, so this would have only been 3 months roughly into the shutdowns from state directives. But it kind of gives you some insight into economically how the state is doing. Again, anomalies in these numbers specific to Douglas County, so not entirely sure what to make of that. But again, this does translate indirectly into some of the C-tax distributions, and we do expect that to be up a little bit this year. Are there any questions on that, or should I move on to economic indicators?
One thing that we should note is that the consolidated tax at 11 million is just the share that comes to Douglas County. There's in the past, the GIDs have been getting about $1 million less. All the GIDs would be splitting then about $10 million. So that is not the total C-tax distribution. Where that's important is that as a receiving county, we're generating probably more, and this will come to bear with the next legislative session, we're probably generating more taxable sales than they expect. That could lead us to be a giving county as opposed to a receiving county. But right now, for the rest of the year, we will be a mandatory receiving county, so we can count on money from the C-tax. It's the following year that it may have a problem. So that'd be 21, 22. That's just something to be aware of when you're designing the next budget, gentlemen. Yes. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay.
Okay, so I'll move on to some of our economic indicators. Continuing unemployment claims, we've got a little bit more data points here for you. It does continue to trend down, but still well above the data that we were seeing from the prior year. And again, the unemployment rate follows the same trend. It is improving. It was 8.1% down to 7.3%, but still still much higher than last year. So that continues to be a concern for us. Home sales, we've got another month of data here for you. Home sales actually increased significantly compared to the prior September month. And I'm guessing that's due to pent-up demand. You know, during the initial stages of the lockdown, realtors couldn't show property. And then there's been a loosening of those restrictions. So I think you're seeing some pent-up demand with home sales going through now that some of those restrictions have been lifted. Building permits issued. We had reported a pretty large increase compared to the prior year for July. That has since dropped down. It's pretty noisy data. It's hard to tell whether one year is higher than the other, but it continues to bounce around there. And then all the traffic data that we've talked about before. I don't think there's really anything new here. It is kind of interesting to see how quickly things have bounced back in a lot of these high traffic areas that are important for the county. It's a pretty interesting gauge of economic activity. And those are all the economic indicators that I have. Are there any questions on any of this data?
Yeah, Mr. Cates.
Yes, sir.
Have many businesses come and applied for grants and through the CARES plan?
Why, yes, I'm glad you asked. That was the next segment I was going to go into.
I'm sorry.
I don't have a slide for this, but I can tell you that we have had, I don't have a slide for this, but we will be bringing a fuller report on the CARES Act funds and how they're being utilized and a list of businesses that they've been given to. But just preliminarily, we've had 45 applications submitted. Applications are still ongoing. We've extended the application period. Initially, it was a little bit slow, but we continue to put the word out and put information out on social media and the press. So we've had a total of 45 applications. 22 of those so far have been approved. And those are all in progress, and we're hoping we can get some more. We did make some tweaks to the program in terms of the grant ranges. Initially, we had 3 categories of employers based on the number of employees: 0 to 4, you could get up to 5,000; 5 to 19, you could get up to 10,000; 20 to 50 employees, you could get up to 15,000. We changed that based on the kind of demand and conversations, particularly Lisa Granahan have been having with the business community. And we upped the amounts for the 20 to 50 employees to $25,000 instead of 15. And we added another category of 51 to 100 employees, and they can apply for up to $50,000. And remember, this is working capital. They can use it for things like payroll and rent. They can use it for PPE. They have to have receipts. They're subject to audit. So there's a lot of controls in place. And this is in partnership through NACO, multiple counties participating. I think the experience of all of the counties is they're not getting as many applications as they initially expected. I understand that we have the most applications of all the participating counties. Excuse me. And we earmarked $1 million for this. So far, based on what we've approved, it's about 130,000. So we've got to get creative, or maybe figure out some different ways to use that money. And we'll be bringing that back to talk to the board a little bit more. Just as an example, Carson City is not participating in this program. What they decided to do was buy PPE and stockpile it and distribute it to businesses upon request. And that may be something that we want to consider going forward. Let's see, what else did I have? Oh, here I need to.
Mr. Gates, are you aware that Governor Sisolak has gone back and asked for more money for businesses?
Yes. So they just launched a program through GoEd. It's called, I forget the name of it. PETS. I had that flyer up here. It sounds extremely similar to our small business grant program. They're allocating $20 million towards it. Theirs is a little bit broader because it also can be used by nonprofits, and it can also be used by like Chamber of Commerce type of entities. But other than that, it sounds very similar to what we're doing. And I know Lisa Granahan in her discussions with the NACO group, we don't want businesses to kind of be chasing multiple grants based on the same expenditures. I mean, that'll come out in audits, but that's one of the reasons why there's some thought about if we want to change the approach on this program. So we'll see how that rolls out, what kind of impact that has.
Would you be expanding it to suicide prevention?
So for nonprofits, the way we understand the rules from the federal government, the guidelines, nonprofits can kind of be treated the same way as government entities. If they have legitimate expenditures that are related to COVID, we can reimburse them for that. And we have been doing that. And when I bring back the report, you'll kind of see where some of that money has went. So it's a little bit different process for them. Unlike a business, the federal guidelines say that nonprofits, they can't use it just to replace lost revenue in the same way that government cannot. So we don't want to commingle our small business grant program with nonprofits, but we are working with them, and we have got requests and have approved some of those requests. And like I said, we'll bring back a fuller report at a future board meeting. The other thing that I wanted to mention is the second half of the CARES Act fund is figuratively, the check is in the mail. You may recall we got $8.9 million. They gave us half of it up front, and they wanted to see how we were spending it and make sure that we're meeting their requirements before they gave us the other half. I just received the EFT notice that they're actually processing it, so I expect it to hit our bank account tomorrow. So we'll have all the money in-house and be able to continue to execute our programs. And the other item that I just wanted to mention, just internally, I'd mentioned before that we've been subject to OSHA inspections. That is ongoing. We have had OSHA inspectors coming out, talking to people literally every week since the rally. They were going to have a closeout conference with us yesterday and canceled that and said they weren't ready for it yet. So we're still waiting to see what that is going to look like. I'm very confident in the COVID-19 protocols that the county established for county facilities and employees, but they're looking really hard, and it wouldn't surprise me if they found some reason to attempt to fine us. But we'll see what that looks like, and I'll let the board know as soon as we hear something from them. And
Mr. Cates, while you're on that subject, I have received numerous complaints wanting to know why Douglas County approved the president coming to town. And correct me where I'm wrong, but I don't recall ever giving permission for an event or being asked for permission for an event. Do I have my facts wrong, or is that correct?
You know, before you answer that, I think it's a little bit off the subject of making a COVID-19 report, but I think it deserves at least an agenda item to really discuss it. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I think rather than run the risk of it being not specifically identified in the agenda, I think we should agendize it for a discussion. I agree totally with Mr. Rice and been bombarded with those. I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Yes, that particular request or inquiry goes beyond the scope of this agenda item. We have received a number of public records requests. However, I think they've all been resolved. I think the news cycle has moved on, Chairman, but you could certainly agendize it for the next board meeting.
Well, we're certainly still taking arrows, as Mr. Engels was talking about. And I think maybe a discussion of what we've done or didn't do and where the board was on it is probably apropos, unless somebody objects to that. Any objections?
No,
Mr. Engels?
Just a comment. You know, you're right about the news cycle. You know, it's right now they're on to Supreme Court, they're on to Hunter Biden, and we're small potatoes. So rather than even bring it up, maybe we should just like lay low and see what happens. Just a thought.
Well, if everybody feels that way, then I think we'll
My problem with that is I've received calls saying that we have been sweeping things under the carpet or under the rug, which is totally incorrect. And that's why I brought it up, because I thought it was something that we should have. If that'll be kicking the proverbial sleeping dog, I'm willing to let it sleep. But I just felt it was necessary to comment on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Rice, are you talking about like emails from people who are complaining that we allowed this to take place and we've endangered everybody's life? And
yeah,
as a matter of fact, yes.
Okay, you mean more local stuff rather than news media?
Right.
Yeah.
Does that
Mr. Cates put out a pretty good letter, in depth, in regard to that situation, and it was a pretty exhaustive explanation. Maybe we could just use that in response, because the problem is with that kind of emotion, if you take a counterpoint of view, they don't want to hear it. So, but you do have a point. I mean, none of us were really involved with that, fortunately, because the FOIA request was, Mr. Ritchie, did the FOIA request ever gain any kind of traction?
Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, well, once again, I think this is a subject
topic. Yeah.
Agendized.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Well, we can have it as an agenda item, yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Ingles, if you want to help, word that agenda item so that it avoids your concerns, I say have at it and we'll get it to Mr. Cates. Would you want to do that?
Yeah, we could do that, and we'll incorporate the letter that Mr. Cates wrote.
Yeah, right.
And put it out there.
Good choice. Okay, well then, you get it to Mr. Cates and we'll get it agendized as soon as possible.
Next meeting.
Okay, Mr. Rice, is that satisfactory?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Cates, not satisfactory with you?
That's fine. I'll send that letter. It was in our newsletter, but if anybody missed it, I'll go ahead and send it to all the commissioners. Make sure you guys are aware of that. I did forget one short segment that I wanted to cover under this agenda item, if I may.
Go ahead.
I just want to share my screen and share with you some of our county COVID data. And there really isn't any better report that I have to kind of show you where we stand other than Carson City Health and Human Services website. So this is the latest data for Douglas County. You can see that we've had a total of 364 cases. Currently 31 are active. As you look at the blue curve here, the active cases, we have seen an uptick in active cases a little bit compared to where we were, say, beginning of last month. But we are certainly off of our highs that we were seeing back in early August. But there is some concern about that. We are currently, as far as where we rank with the state and the White House's reports, Douglas County is in very good shape. We're hitting most of our metrics. So I think we're doing good from that standpoint, but there is a little bit of concern of some of this increases that we're seeing in active cases. So currently, as of the most recent report, there were 31 active cases, but you can see it's kind of bouncing around in a range that it's been in for, the last couple of months. But I know the folks at Carson City Health and Human Services, as well as emergency management, are watching that pretty closely. And this slide shows in the pink, it shows the average number of daily cases. That's a 7-day rolling average, and new cases per day. And you can see we had a pretty big spike back in the July timeframe. That was attributed to people going on vacation over the 4th of July and the holidays, getting together with families. I'm sure there's lots of reasons, but that was the thinking for seeing this spike. And it's very noisy, as you can see. There's a lot of variability, but we have seen some increases in the number of new cases per day, but we're also seeing a lot of recoveries too. So I don't think it's anything to be alarmed about at this point, but there are some concerns going forward, not just for Douglas County, but the state and the nation. Europe is starting to see increases in cases, and they're looking at further lockdowns. We just have to continue to monitor this. We continue to be in good shape, but we don't want to see these numbers going up at all. So I just want to share the most recent data with the board, so you guys got a good feel for what the data looks like.
Didn't WHO just come out, the World Health Organization, in regard to lockdowns? They're more detrimental than letting people out.
Yes, I've read about that. It was a warning not to overuse lockdowns, that it creates other health consequences, and also disproportionately impacts the poor, if I remember what the reporting was on that. Personally, I don't think continued lockdowns is a good approach. I'm not a public health professional. So take that with a grain of salt. Personally, I think asking people to use masks in public and public places is a reasonable approach. And personally, I believe that businesses ought to be able to reopen, and the focus ought to be protecting vulnerable people rather than wholesale shutdowns. And so far the state's trending in that direction. I'd like to see things move faster than the current administration is doing, but I don't. Again, I'm not a public health professional, and I don't have the resources behind me that the governor has behind him, advising him on how to do this. But at least they're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, all in all, Douglas County is doing absolutely stellar in regard to all of this. And just to see some of these restaurants be able to kind of get back to full capacity, and they're monitoring the stats so closely. If something happens, but they'll spot it right away. But yeah, how much jurisdiction does the county have in regard to that? Do we have any jurisdiction that goes beyond the state?
We could. So the governor's directives are law, and it's the entire state is subject to them. What the governor's framework allows for is for a county, the local public health authority, to implement regulations that are more restrictive than the governor's directives. So we can't open things more than the governor's directives, but if we were inclined to restrict things more, we could do that by local ordinance, which I don't think is the direction we want to go.
Thank you.
Any other questions? One thing you forgot to mention was in the COVID report that we got is that Douglas County is one of 3 counties meeting all the metrics to not be in the White House zone or the state zone. So
correct. Both the state and the White House reports we're in the good category. We're meeting all our metrics.
Yeah. So that's good. All right. No further questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Cates. We will move on to item number 6.
Mr. Chair, I could use 10 minutes.
You can. Well, go ahead. No, just kidding. Okay. Well, we'll take a 10-minute break until, 3:05. How's that?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Walsh has yet to return, but he will join us again shortly, unless he drowned. And I think we can go ahead and read this next item into the record. And again, this is presentation only. Item number 6, update on the status of the Painted Rock Mine permit being considered by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, including public comment letter sent to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, on behalf of Douglas County, correspondence between the BIA and Congressman Mark Amadei, and the pending reopening of the public comment period by the BIA. And Mr. Cates, you have this. Now, we have a lot of official statements here, but just for clarity's sake, where it says, including the public comment letter sent to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, on behalf of Douglas County, that's your letter, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you intend to read that letter to us so that everyone will hear it at this point?
I did not intend to. I can if you would like.
Well, I think it sets the stage for what the discussion is.
Sure. Just a few opening remarks. The intent of this agenda item was to update the board and the public on where things stand with the Painted Rock Mine. Some of this information has already been covered by the Record Courier, so there's probably not a lot of revelations there. There's 3 documents in this agenda item. The first is the letter that I wrote to the Bureau of Indian Affairs under public comment on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, based on the direction that you gave me back on September 17th. And I'll read that in a moment. That letter was shared with Congressman Amadei's office. And Congressman Amadei was quite concerned about the lack of process that the BIA followed, which was a substantive part of that letter. And he reached out to the BIA, and his letters included. And the BIA, I think, you know, the county was as caught as off guard by this project as the public. I think the county's actions in trying to raise awareness of this resulted in the BIA even making it public, as they admit in their own letter. I think the county has acted very diligently within what authority we had, which wasn't much over a federal project. And I'm glad that the action of this board and the direction you gave me to write this letter has led to intervention by our congressional representatives and a reopening of the EA assessment, where the BIA is committing to make us a cooperating agency where we should have some say other than just writing a public comment letter. And with that, if you'd like, I'll read the letter, sir. Dated September 18th, 2020, directed to Robert Evan, Superintendent, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Dear Mr. Evan, on behalf of Douglas County and the Board of County Commissioners, I am writing you to provide public comment on the draft environmental assessment, EA, on the proposed Painted Rock Mine located on trust land east of the Johnson Lane neighborhood. Douglas County takes exception to the lack of communication from the BIA. As the county in which this project is located, we are deeply disappointed in the BIA did not feel the need to consult with the county or the public. Douglas County is required to provide public notice when considering projects. We would expect the BIA to provide similar notice to the public, as is clearly contemplated by the National Environmental Protection Act, or NEPA. A review of page 25 of the Environmental Assessment, EA, shows several public agencies consulted: the Washoe Tribe, the Nevada Department of Wildlife, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Nevada Natural Heritage Program, the BIA, the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service, and the Western Regional Climate Center. Douglas County is conspicuously absent from this list. On July 15th, the Council of Environmental Quality announced its final rule for the most sweeping changes to the NEPA regulations since their adoption over 40 years ago. One of the key objectives of this new regulation is to expand public involvement and provide coordination with state, tribes, and localities, with emphasis added to public involvement in localities, The intent is to involve the public early in the process. For this project, the BIA followed neither the letter nor the spirit of these new regulations. The county learned about this project not from the BIA, but from the project operator, Knox Excavating, when the owner brought a hard copy of the draft EA to our offices for public display in July. This violates provisions of the new NEPA regulations to promote the use of modern technology for information sharing and public outreach. One is left with the impression the BIA did not intend to sincerely seek any public input at all. It was not until after Douglas County began asking questions that the BIA put the draft EA for this project on its website for public review in late August. Most concerning of all, this project has gone forward in advance of public input on the draft EA and proper federal permitting. Local residents, county employees, and commissioners have photos of the advanced state of development of the Painted Rock Mine from as early as July. Excuse me. With the knowledge of your office, dozens of acres were disturbed and turned into processed aggregate by early August, before the public had any opportunity to comment. It seems clear the BIA had already decided to approve this project in advance of the public process. Aside from a failed process, the county has several concerns regarding this project and its impact on the local environment, county infrastructure, and our residents. Douglas County has entered into a voluntary agreement with Knox Excavating in an effort to mitigate some of those impacts. While this is helpful, we ask the BIA to consider imposing conditions on the permit for this project consistent with some of the terms of that agreement. Noise from the project and dust from the trucks using Sunrise Pass and Johnson Lane are a significant concern. The permittee should be required to construct earthen berms or other noise control measures at the mine site and to conduct dust control measures on the BLM road leading from the mine to Johnson Lane. Truck traffic from this project is a significant concern for our residents. The permit should be conditioned to prohibit the use of Sunrise Pass to Fremont Street and East Valley Road, except in an emergency. Those roads are not built for trucks. While Johnson Lane is constructed for truck traffic, the increase in trucks and associated noise and road wear east of our industrial park will have a negative impact on the county. As an alternative, the BIA should require construction of a new road to the east of the mine site to divert traffic either north or south to US 50 or US 395 and away from existing residential neighborhoods. Flooding is a significant concern for our community. The EA does not adequately address potential flooding issues that may be caused by this project. The project area includes both the Williams Canyon subwatershed and Saratoga Hot Springs subwatershed. The EA dismisses flooding concerns by stating the project site is located in a high elevation bowl. This area has a long and active history of flooding. Our stormwater program has conducted studies of at least one of these drainages and is currently working with BLM to permit retention basins to protect our community. The level of review required by BLM is significantly more than the brief references in this draft EA. More study is necessary to understand how this project would impact stormwater and the safety of our communities. The EA for this project does not adequately address impacts to the bi-state distinct population segment of the greater sage grouse. The report from the Nevada Department of Wildlife acknowledges the presence of sage grouse habitat within a significant portion of the 4-mile buffer of this project. Many studies, including authoritative studies by the USGS, demonstrate the high sensitivity of sage grouse to disturbances from commercial operations such as mines and energy development, requiring large buffers to remain viable. In 2010, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service determined that the listing of the bi-state population of threatened or endangered, the bi-state population as threatened or endangered was warranted under the Endangered Species Act. The bi-state population so far remains off the list through the concerted actions of the U.S. Forest Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and other departments of Interior, the wildlife agencies of Nevada and California, and cooperating private landowners. Thus, a more thorough review of potential impacts on the population for this project is needed. The draft EA inadequately addresses this issue. Douglas County is hopeful the BIA will learn from this process and adhere in good faith to the new NEPA regulations and work early and transparently with Douglas County and the public. We We appreciate the unique mission of the BIA has to manage trust lands. The county is willing to work cooperatively, be a good neighbor, and act in good faith. We expect the same from the federal agencies managing lands within Douglas County. Sincerely, Patrick Cates, County Manager.
And who all did you send that to? You furnished copies to who?
We sent copies to all the board members, and we posted it on our website. We set up an FAQ page on the Painted Rock Mine.
And you sent it to Representative Amadei?
Yes.
And who else?
I think that's all.
Okay.
I did provide it to our lobbyists.
Okay. Questions, comments? Excuse me. Anybody? Commissioner Ingalls?
Well, we just got to kind of stand by. The meeting we had earlier with the BLM, I think this is it's a well-drafted letter and puts everything and consolidates everything in one spot. So there's not much more we can do right now at this juncture except wait. And the folks out in Johnson Lane are not interested in waiting, but they're going to have to because we don't know where this is going to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Commissioner Walsh?
Yes, thank you. A question and a comment. Patrick, did you provide a copy of this letter to Knox?
I believe a copy has been provided to him, yes.
I see Doug shaking his head. Okay. And just the other comment, I was pleased to hear that the BLM in their investigation into this is going to propose or consider proposing offer alternative north-south access from that mine, which is good for the Johnson Lane folks.
Yeah, so was I. That's the first commitment I've heard from the BLM about different exits. And we've got it on tape. That's a great thing. Any other comments? Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah, I'd just like to state for the record that what the board did approve last meeting on this was not the actual operation, but just trying to cover some cost recovery that we would otherwise not get. And I think we took a lot of heat for doing that. And I just think that it was probably a little misplaced, in my opinion. We were just trying to make sure that if this did go forward, that we would be able to cover some costs of road repair.
Thank you, sir. Good clarification. Anybody else? I think one of the values of sending that letter was getting our congressional representative energized. And I think his forcing the BIA to rehear the thing is an absolutely great thing. I was really happy to hear the BLM said that they can't get a permit to even get on their land now. So I think a concerted effort by all of you and the county manager has really helped stem the federal tide that was overwhelming us at this point, a couple months ago. So I appreciate all the support you all have given toward this. And I appreciate the fast reaction of Mr. Cates and Mr. Ritchie. And hopefully they're going to come up with a better solution than what they have right now. And certainly the effort of all the citizens to provide comment was really helpful. And I want to thank all of them that are listening. Dave?
Yeah, I just wanted to publicly thank Congressman Amadei for getting involved and helping us along with this.
Thank you. And he deserves thanks. He gets credit for, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I do want to give credit to Commissioner Nelson. He brought up some very important items in the agreement that do restrict Knox's operations off-site, hours of operation. There are important things that County Manager Cates referred to in his letter that he would like the BIA to directly require in their permit that's contained in the agreement. That that the BIA will enforce some of the things, some of the provisions that are in the agreement.
And I think this is a good concerted effort. Mr. Rice, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
I just wanted to say that I think that it was a wise idea to send a copy of this to our lobbyists in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Understanding that they got a hold of both of our senators and that they had a little bit of involvement in this also. I could be corrected, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And thanks again to Dave for his efforts in negotiating. Anybody else got any comments, questions?
Are you contemplating reading the letter that Congressman Amity sent to the head of the BIA?
Mr. Cates?
If you like, I could read it.
Well, I think
I would like that as well as their response. I think that's rather telling.
Okay. Well, they're both a lot shorter than my letter, so I'll be happy to read it. Okay, letter from Congressman Mark Amodei, dated October 6th to Robert Evans, Superintendent, Western Nevada Agency, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Dear Mr. Evan, it is my understanding that you are the decision maker for the environmental assessment for the Painted Rock Mine application submitted by Knox Excavating. As such, my office has become aware of concerns regarding the EA and the lack of notification to agencies and affected individuals in the region. I'm concerned after talking to Douglas County and the Bureau of Land Management, as well as other affected individuals in the region, that the fulfillment of the notification and cooperating agency requirements of NEPA are weak at best. Accordingly, request is hereby made that you reopen the public comment period and specifically designate Douglas County and the Bureau of Land Management as cooperating agencies for the purpose of ensuring that your public comment and cooperating agency files are complete regarding this subject EA. Kindly advise at your earliest convenience. Cordially, Mark Amodei, Member of Congress. And then BIA's response, dated 2 days later, October 8th, from Mr. Evans, Superintendent, directed to Mark Amodei. Dear Representative Amodei, this letter is in response to your October 6, 2020 letter regarding the Painted Rock Mine located in Douglas County. The comment period for the environmental assessment for the Painted Rock Mine was open for a 30-day period after meeting with Douglas County. The notification was accomplished by posting a notice in the Record Courier that includes a website that could be accessed to download the draft EA prepared by McGinley and Associates. The website could also be used for public comment regarding the project. The notice was posted on August 22nd, 2020, and comments were accepted until September 1st, 2020. There were comments received after September 21st. These are included in the comments being analyzed. The comments have been sent to McGinley and Associates for evaluation. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is currently waiting for the analysis to be completed. Due to the number of comments, approximately 170, and the raised level of interest in the project, the BIA will be requiring McGinley and Associates to update the EA to reflect the scope of the issues. The BIA will also be contacting Bureau of Land Management, Carson City District Office, and Douglas County to further discuss issues related to the transportation of materials from the mine site, US 3895 via Johnson Lane, and any other environmental concerns. The BIA will offer to make these entities cooperating agencies in the NEPA process. Upon completion of the revised draft EA, there will be another public comment period made available. The same method of notification will be used, and comments will be evaluated upon completion of the comment period, and a decision will be made on how the environmental review process will proceed. If you have further questions, please contact my office, and then you provide the phone number.
Thank you. I appreciate you reading that. Any questions from commissioners? Okay. Well, this item was for presentation only. We'll move on to item number 7 for presentation only. Introduction of ordinance 2020-1577, an ordinance enacting a revision and codification of the general ordinances of Douglas County, Chapter 18.06, Gardnerville, and moving the parking provision found in Chapter 18.06 to Chapter 10.12. First reading, Ms. Davidson, 5-minute presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager for the record. This item appears on the agenda as a result of a review by staff. I would just remind the board that back in January of this year, the Gardnerville Town Advisory Board approved an update to Douglas County Code. That revised code was presented to this commission and approved for adoption in June. Since that time, county staff identified some language contained in that update, which was in conflict with NRS and different portions of county code. As a result of that review, in consultation with legal counsel, we are recommending the changes that are proposed brought before you today. This is the introduction of this ordinance, and I do just have one housekeeping measure for you. The ordinance that's contained in your board packet has since been revised. Supplemental materials beginning on page 26 for this board meeting contains the revised ordinance. And I would just note there was one small change to section, let's see, it's 18.06.080 B2. There's some additional language regarding trash receptacles that has changed from the original ordinance that was placed in your packet. At this time, I'm happy to defer any of my time to Mr. Taylor, who did help me in making these changes, or to answer any questions by the board.
Mr. Taylor, do you have anything you want to add?
Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs, for the record. No, Mr. Chair, I don't. I think Jennifer covered everything that needs to be said.
Okay. And questions from the board? No questions from the board. So this is, in summary, just a housekeeping provision, basically. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your time. And I assume we're going to see this again in the next meeting?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. The second reading will be brought forward at the November board meeting.
All right. I'm holding my breath here. Moving on to item number 8, possible action. Discussion to name a street in Carson Valley after Navy SEAL Matthew Axelson. Mr. Ingalls.
A little backstory on how this all started. Navy SEAL Matthew Axelson is the son of our local residents here, Donna and Corky Axelson. His wife, Cindy, doesn't reside here, but she is still married to him. We are honored today by the good citizens of Douglas County that this board, and by having a local street named after Navy SEAL Matthew Axelson. This came about due to the recent proclamation by the United States Congress naming a post office branch in Cupertino, California, after Matthew. This was his childhood town, and in recognition of this heroic young Navy SEAL, he was awarded this posthumously. It came about a couple of months ago. Navy SEAL Axelson is perhaps best known by the book Lone Survivor, which was later made into a movie of the same name produced by Mark Wahlberg in 2013. The movie was about a SEAL team dropped into the Hindu Kush area of Afghanistan assigned to Operation Red Wings, during which a 4-man SEAL team, reconnaissance and surveillance team, was given the task of tracking down the Taliban leader Ahmad Shah. Trapped and alone, the SEAL team was attacked by an estimated 200 Taliban and completely overwhelmed. There was only one survivor, who was Marcus Luttrell, hence the name Lone Survivor. Plato said over 2,000 years ago, with liberty comes responsibility. Everyone who's ever served in the military has written a blank check with their life. And this family, and when the family, this is a statement by Donna Axelson. She couldn't be available today. She's teaching. When my family heard that you might name a street in Carson County after Matthew, we were honored. There is a quote by George Patton we particularly favor. It goes like this: "It is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived." Thank you, and that you all be keeping Matt's memory alive by this action. God bless you. Donna Axelson, the Axelson family. So it is proposed and brought before this board of commissioners that a street in the Carson Valley be named in recognition after Navy SEAL Matthew Axelson, in honor and recognition of the sacrifice made by Matthew and his family for our country. We have another Gold Star mom in our neighbor is Sally Wiley. Sally and her son will not be forgotten, as they must be recognized as well at a later date, but we wanted to bring this before the board. We'll do one thing at a time. So basically the action item is to name a street. We don't know what street, where it will be, how it will be. And I talked to Mr. Cates about it. There are some other options that could be used to recognize it. So at any rate, this is a starting point. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for the presentation, and it's an important item. Questions, comments from board members? Ms. Commissioner Rice.
I also wanted to add the fact that we do have Sally Wiley and her family, who are also Gold Star families. And I'm wondering, outside of Hawthorne, they have highways dedicated to the veterans of different wars, for anybody that travels north and south on 95. I'm wondering if we could do something similar to that, as they have done for fallen peace officer in Carson City, naming a section of the freeway after him. And I'm wondering if we should name a street after somebody, or put dedications up as they have done in other areas, because we do have Gold Star families here who didn't have movies made of their son's contribution. So that was my only thought. I'm not against any way of recognizing the heroism of these people, but I want to make sure that it's all encompassing and that we don't leave anybody out.
Okay. Is there any other comments? Commissioner Nelson, please.
Yeah, ditto to what Commissioner Rice said. I think I have a hard time with this because I know how difficult it would be to rename a street at this point. And so maybe the honorary signs on the road would be more appropriate because of that. I don't think we can force developers to name roads the way we want them to name them. I think that would probably not be the American way either, to force someone to do something. So I think that for me, the signs along the road make a lot more sense.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yes, thank you. I agree with both Dave and Wes. We probably could get a developer to name a road after Matthew, but I agree that I think perhaps the best way to do it and the most recognizable way to do it is to put a sign of significance on some road in Douglas County that's highly used, so people will remember all the fallen as they go by each day.
Was that it? Larry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think it just seems inadequate when a soldier or sailor or airman is given their life in defense of the country to just name a road. It seems small. And particularly if it involves tremendous acts of heroism as in the case of Matthew. And I think that's one reason that WAVE got together and created a monument where all the names could be presented. But I think if we're going to do this, that we should have some kind of policy that's written up so we can apply it equally to all the heroes. And it also brings to mind the heroism of the folks that flew the 130 in the fire where the wing just folded up on it and all the crewmen died. And it was piloted by a Douglas County resident whose family is very prominent. And we don't have a way to recognize that kind of response for a fallen hero, first responder. I think we need a policy that does that. And certainly this would be in line with whatever policy that would come up with. But I think in deference to all the rest of the Gold Star families, we should have that policy so we can apply it. Personally, I think that we should have a requirement that whatever the development, if it's over 2 streets, that they have to have at least one street named after a fallen hero from Douglas County. I don't think that's an imposition on them. But see, mine's a little more more applicable to everybody as opposed to just one person. And I think that the developers would want to do that to honor the service of first responders as well as the heroes that didn't come back from this long war. And even the ones that we don't know about. And we have a real lacking of understanding of World War II folks. We have a lot of heroes named on the side of the courthouse from World War I, but we have a difficult number. We don't have a road named after one of our most famous World War II heroes, which is Jacobson, Senator Jacobson. So I think we need to combine it all and come up with a real program. I would recommend that we ask the county manager to come up with a policy and then fit a naming of a road for Matthew in that policy. In other words, the policy would cover a lot of the heroes, like Sally Wiley's son. And that to me is a way to do it in an organized manner. Maybe that's not what you're thinking, John. So I don't know if that comports with what you want.
Well, the reason we came with this item as an action item is in regard to specifically, it's just not Matthew Axelson, but it's his family who is still alive, and in recognition of how they're suffering every day, in conjunction with the fact that Congress named a post office after him. I recognize there's a lot of soldiers who have given everything, and this represents something for all of them. It's pretty hard to list everybody, and one that sticks out, especially the Gold Star mom, both Donna and Sally Wiley, that's something a little bit special, and they're still in the community with us. So that was the reason for the focus on working on one, and we can go from there to do others. Thank you.
Well, I don't have any objection to that. I just think we ought to have a little more organization. But, whatever the will of the board, I'll support. Anybody? Mr. Cates?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just add my 2 cents. I'll obviously go whatever direction the board wants to go, but to the issue of renaming roads, there's a lot of technical issues we'd have to overcome doing that. We would have to work with the post office. We'd have to notify residents. We'd have to make sure that emergency services all had the right records, and it could be quite an ordeal and disrupt people that are living on an existing road and have been having the same address for a long period of time. I think if the board is inclined to recognize this individual, that the best way to do it is the memorial signs, such as has been discussed here. There's precedent for the county doing this. They did I can't remember if it was an ordinance or a resolution. It's been done before, and NDOT does it, and you just put up a large sign that commemorates, this individual or whomever else you want, and that could easily be done by an ordinance.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I kind of think that maybe one way of handling this would be to let it known that we would love to have a street named after Matthew and Sally Wiley's son in any project that goes forward here in Douglas County. But at this point, get started on some signage along the roads to honor them in that way until we can get a road named.
Commissioner Walsh?
Yes, thank you. I agree with almost everything that was said here. I think we ought to have a policy within the county, number one. I agree with John about naming a street. I believe there's been some tentative maps approved in the last couple of years, with final maps coming forward probably this year sometime. And I think that's at the time when they name the streets. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, Patrick, but before the street is complete, or as the street is completed, we could certainly name one of them after Matthew. Patrick, do you know when the streets are actually, the names of them are approved by the post office and stuff?
I actually do not know that detail. I know Sam Taylor and Jennifer Davidson, if they're listening, if either of them knows the answer to that. I'm not certain.
Jennifer's saying no. So maybe you should look at this and come up with some advice on how to go about this, some options for us, and bring it back to us. Would the board want that? see what kind of organized way we can get it done and something that we can get done quickly.
Just a thought.
Go ahead.
Rather than renaming a street or naming a street, would it be acceptable to just maybe attach a sign to an already existing street?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Mr. Cates?
Yes, that would be dedicating a memorial sign, like I discussed. I think that's probably the best path forward. Certainly the easiest way to address it.
Yeah, because we're really getting into the weeds on this thing, and we want to keep it, simple, so and not create a whole level of bureaucracy. So you could take like a couple of signs on 10th Street or something, attach them in recognition of Matthew Axelson, put the Navy SEAL Trident on there, and something along that line. And then that wouldn't create a problem for the post office or anybody. Just a thought.
Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, I like that idea, and I would think that DOT, who has put up the signs on Highway 50 here up at the lake, as well as on the new freeway going through Carson City, I would imagine that we could have a contact somebody at NDOT to find out how that was done and how soon it could be done.
Okay. Do we have a motion then?
I'd like to make a motion.
Please, go ahead, sir.
In recognition of Navy SEAL Matthew Axelson, that we designate a sign that's attached to a street sign or a street post with his name and the Navy SEAL Trident on it.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Engels, a second by Commissioner Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. Motion carries 5-0.
You've got to get John Erb to find a street now.
It's probably Herb Place.
I think that Axelson's family will be pleased, though. That's a good way to honor him.
All right. And perhaps maybe in another one we can talk about Sally Wiley's son.
Yes.
For possible action, discussion to create a community relations specialist job title with classification A4 and reclassify the community relations intern as a community relations specialist effective October 17th, 2020. If approved, this change would increase the hourly rate for the position from $14.07 per hour to the bottom of the range of the new pay grade, starting at $19.16 per hour, at an increased cost of $12,000 for the remainder of fiscal year 2020-21. Ms. Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager, for the record. This item appears before you today as a continuation of the RAD Strategies assessment that was recently completed in September of 2020. If you will remember from that assessment, it was a recommendation that this position be evaluated and looked at for possible reclassification. The intent of the reclassification is to maximize the ability and capacity of the Community Relations Department. I have included as backup to this item the analysis from RAD Strategies, that communication assessment. In addition, I have included a letter of support from both the Sheriff's Office and the East Fork Fire. Obviously, this is an important priority for Douglas County when we talk about emergency management, and hence the reason why we got the support from the Sheriff's Office and East Fork Fire in making this request. But I can also tell you that beyond emergency management, community relations and public information is becoming an important strategic priority for Douglas County, and that is also the reason for this recommendation today. At this time, I would defer any of my remaining time to Mr. Cates if he has something he would like to add, or I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Cates.
I would just like to say that I'm very supportive of this. It's consistent with the RAD Strategies report, and I think it puts the incumbent in the proper classification rather than keeping them an intern.
Okay. Further questions, comments?
This is in regard to Bailey?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aye.
One last question. Where are you getting the money from, the 12,000 from?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Really?
We're rolling in dough. We've got, COVID money coming in and everything else. And, this is like, bring it on. I think Bailey is a good asset, though. We don't want to lose her. And,
Before you comment on her and her abilities, so let me tell you that we didn't notice her, so you can't really talk about her and her performance.
Oh.
Not my rule, that's NRS.
We are very appreciative of the incumbent, but this is about the position.
I retract everything I just said.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd be happy to answer the question on the funding.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our Chief Financial Officer has identified funding that would be available from greater than anticipated revenues in the county's general fund budget. We are planning on bringing forward an augment at a future date for your consideration. However, we do anticipate that we have savings within the general fund to afford this upgrade now.
Okay.
I got a quick, Jennifer. Right now, how would this be like a department, or would it be structured as such? What's your idea in the org chart? How would this be set up?
Thank you, Commissioner Ingalls, for that question. Yes, so we are laying the foundation for the framework that's set out in the communications assessment that RAD Strategies provided to you in September. So that initial piece, all of this would fall under the county manager's office in the organization structure. The community relations manager is the head of this division within the county manager's office, and this specialist position would report to that manager, who then in turn reports to the county manager.
Thank you.
I'd also like to add that the RAD Strategies report recommended further changes as well, including an increase in FTE count. That's something we're not seeking at this time. That's something that we would like to present to the board during the next budget cycle for your consideration with the other priorities of the county.
Okay. Comments from board members? If there are no comments, then we're looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move we create a community relations specialist job title classification of A4 and reclassify the community relations intern as a community relations specialist effective October 17th, 2020.
I will second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays. So the motion carries 5-0. All right. Thank you, Ms. Davidson. And I'm sure you're not going to leave for this next item.
I hope not.
Well, your name is listed on it, Mr. Cates. So for possible action, discussion regarding the work of the VHR Task Force appointed by the county manager and county manager's recommendations related to the administration and permitting of vacation home rentals, VHR, in Douglas County. Mr.
Thank you,
Cates.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a PowerPoint to kind of walk you through this as an overview. And let me get that going here. There we go. Let's see. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yep. I
Okay.
can.
Now can I run it? Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so the report that you have from on VHRs, the main body of the report is about 18 pages long. And I have this PowerPoint because there's a whole lot of meat to that, as well as a whole lot of backup, a ton of backup. And just as a visual aid prop, this binder right here is the material that was given to the VHR task force, a lot of which is referenced in the backup. There's a whole lot of material that was considered to result in this 18-page report. But anyway, a little bit of background. Vacation home rentals, also known as short-term rentals, or VHRs, have been permitted in the Tahoe Township since 2005. They have a very long history in Lake Tahoe and are part of the tourism economy. The rise in recent years of online advertising platforms, of which there are many, including Airbnb is probably the most commonly known. That's led to a surge in activity of VHRs operating in our neighborhoods in the Tahoe Township. And noise and parking are the most cited concerns among residents as a result of this activity. VHRs are I would say, very contentious. There's a wide spectrum of views on VHRs, everything from people who believe they should be completely banned and those who think they are a fundamental property right and should not be regulated at all. I think most people fall somewhere in between, but it's a wide spectrum of views, and it's something that the county has been grappling with for a while. Back in 2017, the board identified the need to amend code for VHRs to try to address some of the problems. And during the course of 2018, there was a lot of work done, staff research, public outreach, including workshops, an online survey, and a proposed ordinance was drafted for the board's consideration. In September of that year, the board enacted Ordinance 2018-1520, and it did two things primarily. It gave citation authority to code enforcement. It also prohibited VHRs outside of the Tahoe Township. And also at that time, late in 2018, the board approved bringing on a vendor who at the time was Host Compliance to be brought in to help manage the VHR program. I would note that a lot of the information in this report refers to Host Compliance, but the board may recall, I don't have the exact date, but a few months ago, you approved a contract with HDL to take the place of Host Compliance. We will be bringing forward an update to the board of activity that's happened since most of the information in this report has been drafted. HDL is doing a lot of the same type of work that Host Compliance is doing, but they've made some changes to their approach that we think are advantageous. But that'll be the topic of a later update to the board. In 2019, the board gave direction to create a VHR task force Their purpose was to make recommendations to the county manager that the county manager could consider to use to make recommendations to the board. I think there was a desire to have some distance between the task force and the board. It allowed the task force to conduct meetings without having to comply with open meeting law. It allowed for freer discussion because it wasn't a body appointed by a public body. So that was how that set up. We had 15 stakeholders that participated in that. Phenomenal effort that these people put into this. It was coordinated by Assistant County Manager Jennifer Davidson. I'm very grateful to her. And it was supported by a team of staff members, including community development, the Sheriff's Office, Tahoe Douglas Fire, and East Fork Fire. I can't thank everybody enough for the time and effort that they put into this. There were numerous meetings of the task force. Jennifer spent many months on that, as did everybody that participated. A lot of discussions, and I know a lot of them were heated discussions. It took quite a bit of time for them to coalesce around a set of recommendations that, for the most part, they were supportive of. And I know I met with the task force after their draft was complete, and I'd say there's broad consensus for these recommendations from that task force. Excuse me. I would say there's not unanimity. There's definitely some people that don't agree with all these recommendations, but by and large, I think they were able to bring people together with very diverse views on this and coalesce around these recommendations. So after the task force made their recommendations, we formed a technical advisory group that consisted of staff, basically, and they're listed and named out in the report. They looked at the task force's recommendations and provided further input that is also included in the report. And that culminated into the report that you have today. Basically, the original report from the VHR task force and the advisory group are pretty much as they were originally drafted, with my recommendations in the executive summary, the first couple pages of that report. And just to summarize those recommendations, number one, there were 10 recommendations that I made, which encompassed a whole bunch of detailed recommendations from the task force and the technical group. But recommendations number one and number two dealt with caps. I'm recommending that we establish a cap on VHRs in the Tahoe Township of 725 as recommended by the task force. At the time, I forget the time frame, but in the report, it references about 600 licensed VHRs. I think during COVID, we've seen that number drop a little bit, but it establishes a threshold for us to work with. And I think that's important to do quickly rather than later, because I think there will be, I think once the public sees what some of these recommendations are, that there could be a rush for people to get VHR permits. And I think it's really important that they be limited in some fashion. The task force also recommended a cap of 200 VHRs outside of the Tahoe Township. I'm recommending that we actually delay removing the ban on VHRs outside of the Tahoe Township until we've implemented the other recommendations. There's a lot of detail in here that if the board wants us to proceed with, is going to take some time and effort to develop some detailed regulations. And I'd like to get those things in place before we consider expanding it outside of the Tahoe Township. The cap by the task force was 200 for the rest of the county. I think it's important that at some point, sooner rather than later, that the board consider allowing VHRs outside of the township, because we know that there is VHR activity going on that is not licensed. We've got unpermitted activity, and they need to be brought into a regulatory framework. So I'm not advocating that we continue to ban indefinitely. At just long enough time to put some of the regulatory framework in place. Recommendation number 3 is for a tiered permit system. So the permits would be structured into 3 different types. The first type would be a true host permit. That's where the owner or the manager is on premises during the rental, and they would have a maximum of 2 visitors, 1 vehicle. That seems to be the least problematic in terms of impact to the community. I think that deserves its sort of own lesser level of regulation than some of these larger facilities. Tier 2 would be a standard permit. That would be up to 10 visitors at a time. And then for Tier 3, that would be a large occupancy with over 10 visitors. And there are recommendations for additional regulations on those larger type of VHRs that some people refer to as party houses. Recommendations 4 and 5 deal with parking, noise, and health and safety. The VHRs would be subject to life safety inspections at the time their permit is issued, and as part of their annual renewal, they would be required to carry certain types of insurance, and they would need to designate a responsible party that would be responsive 24/7, and they need to respond within 30 minutes. There would also be some neighborhood noticing requirements for Tier 3 permits. So these larger VHRs would be required to reach out and notify their neighbors of their activity and have additional requirements. Parking, there was a lot of discussion around parking. Basically, there would need to be designated parking, and it would need to be limited. It could be subject to inspection, but the basic parameter was 1 parking space per 4 visitors, and based on the capacity of the VHR. Quiet hours would need to be enforced, and there are recommendations about requiring the use of noise monitoring equipment at a VHR if they've had multiple violations for noise, or if they are a Tier 3 permitted VHR, they would be required to have noise monitoring equipment. Recommendation number 6 concerns trash. The task force recommended that trash be managed basically pursuant to whatever the appropriate authority is for that neighborhood, whether it's a GID or otherwise. And any trash violations would count as a VHR permit violation. The next recommendation concerns bear boxes. This is my personal recommendation. This was not the recommendation of the task force, but I'm recommending that any licensed VHR in the Tahoe Township be mandated to provide a bear box for trash. That's probably not the most popular recommendation. The issue of trash and bear boxes in the basin has been around for a long time, and there's a lot of resistance to mandates. And I'm sure here I'm biased based on my history with the Department of Wildlife, but I personally think it's very important. Bear encounters are dangerous for humans and bears. The old saying is a fed bear is a dead bear. And it creates a lot of issues in these communities. And I think visitors tend to be less knowledgeable than residents about living in bear country. So I think it's reasonable to require them, but the task force recommended them. And there was some recommendations in there that if there were violators, that it could be required. It's a personal issue for me. I think it's very important. If I had the authority, I would have mandatory bear boxes throughout the basin.
Is that an editorial comment?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. And I'm sure I'll get some flack for it, but I believe it.
We'll take the flack for it.
Recommendation number 7 is to create a VHR appeals and advisory board. That could be done by ordinance. I think it's important to put that in place quickly. That's important to maintain a public voice in this process. You know, the task force was a one-time effort. Well, they had dozens of meetings, but you know, I think there is a need to have a permanent body of citizens that can both handle any appeals of permit holders regarding violations or fines or anything of that nature, as well as to review and advise the commission on any future VHR regulations. I'd recommend that group not be too big. I think 5 to 7 members is a pretty good size for a body of that sort. And I do think it should have representatives from both the lake and the valley. Obviously, the lake has the preponderance of, well, they have all of the permitted VHRs today, but I think we need to think about the makeup of that committee going forward, especially if VHRs are permitted elsewhere in the county. It should also be staffed by ex officio members. The technical advisory group talked about the advisory board, and there's reference in the report to having you know, a member of East Fork Fire or Tahoe Douglas, for instance, be on that board. I think it's important that the voting members of the board be members of the public, but I do think there should be representatives like that that are ex officio that could help advise, formally named as ex officio, so they could help advise the group. Recommendation number 8, education. The task force recommended a compliance education certification program for owners and responsible parties. El Dorado County has this. It seems to be a reasonable model so that everybody that is operating or owning a VHR has the same set of rules that they're all exposed to, that they're required to be certified. Also, public information programs, things like good neighbor flyers, frequently asked questions, and this information should be mandatory to provide to renters when they rent in the Tahoe Township or elsewhere in the county. It's later expanded. Recommendations number 9 and 10 deal with fees and staffing. There was, I think, a strong sentiment from the task force that this program should pay for itself and that the permit fees should fund the program. Whatever staffing there is needed for enforcement, it should be paid out of those permit fees and not out of TOT collections. That shouldn't be used for administration. The fees for the program should fund its operations. Current enforcement is widely recognized as inadequate. We get a lot of complaints when you get the update later on about current activities. We've seen a large spike in complaints this summer. I think that's a combination of concerns about COVID and lockdowns forcing people, or not forcing people, but limiting people's options. And it brought a lot of people to the Tahoe Basin that maybe aren't our normal visitors. And that's a significant concern. We really don't have adequate resources to properly enforce even the current regulations. There's 1.5 FTEs that are currently allocated in community development for this effort. This is kind of tentative depending on the direction that the board wants to go, but the recommendations were to add 3 new FTEs. This would be an administrative assistant, a code enforcement officer, and a deputy sheriff. This is really a joint responsibility of the sheriff's office for dealing with things like noise complaints in the evening, as well as code enforcement that can ensure that the operators are compliant with their permit conditions, and admin staff just to keep things processed. So my request, what I'm hoping to get is some direction on the things that I think need to be addressed first, and that would be to bring back an ordinance to establish a permit cap of 725 in the Tahoe Township, and to bring back an ordinance to establish the VHR Appeals and Advisory Board, and to bring back a proposal for the staffing budget because we really need to get this program in better regulatory shape. Those are things that, if we can, I would like to see us achieve before the end of this year. And from there, we would work with the advisory board on further regulations for the board to consider after the new year to implement the rest of the recommendations of the task force. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does Ms. Davison have anything that she wants to add to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that opportunity. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager, for the record. I would just also like to extend my thank you to the members of the task force and the countless hours that we spent discussing these important issues. I can tell you the members of the task force took this responsibility very seriously. They tried to do the careful job and important job of balancing the interests of property owners, neighbors, visitors, everyone involved in the VHR picture. And it was not a difficult task, but I am proud of the fact that we were able to reach, for the most part, consensus or close to consensus in a lot of the areas in the recommendations that we are bringing to you today. For those issues that we were not able to meet clear consensus on or form clear consensus around, I did make a minority report in the background information to point out to you that there were a couple of things where we had a very close split on. And I made a promise to the task force that I would point that out to you, and I'm happy to get into those details if you have questions.
Do you have a slide on them?
I don't. The primary ones were the caps. I would say the minority report is primarily around caps. I can tell you that caps is where we spent probably 3 full meetings of discussions, probably a total of 12 hours just talking about what the right number was. And I can tell you the residents who represented homeowners up at the lake felt that the number at the lake was too high. The 725 number was too high. They wanted to see that number come down. They felt very strongly that they are losing the neighborhood feel of their community up at the lake. And more as that percentage of VHRs versus the total number of homeowner occupied properties at the lake continues to rise, they were concerned about the impacts on their quality of life and the quality of life of their neighbors. They also felt that the 200 number in the valley was too low, and felt very strongly that this shouldn't be just the Tahoe Township that has to feel these pains. That if in fact we are going to have a VHR program, they felt strongly it should be opened up countywide, and that it's not fair for the brunt of this to be on the Tahoe Township. So I would say that is a summary of the minority report.
Okay, thank you. I think since the majority of this exists at the lake, right now I'm comfortable right a lead discussion and then we'll be able to for a valley-wide or a county-wide discussion if that's what the commission would like to do. So right now, I'll turn it over as the lead for this to Mr. Rice.
First of all, Barry, you're breaking up, but at least I caught part of it.
You're in charge.
The VHR problem is the one area where I get more complaints than anything else. Neighborhoods are being destroyed. People are not being respectful of the people that live here or the place that we call Lake Tahoe. And something definitely needs to be done. I concur with the recommendations of the county manager. I have been involved with this process ever since before I got elected. And there are those that, as Jennifer said, there are those that feel there should be no caps at all. And then there are those that feel that it should be outlawed completely. Here in the Tahoe, on the Nevada side of Lake Tahoe, we're being impacted by what they did in South Lake Tahoe in passing Measure T, which it's still in the courts, but the people who had VHRs over there have been moving into Douglas County, buying up property. Houses are staying on the market for a very brief period of time. I know that I have the house right next to me that is up for sale right now, and I'm thinking that instead of a lovely family moving in, we're going to be having another VHR in the neighborhood. Right around the corner from me is the party house. We don't even have to tell the dispatcher where it is. When we say the party house, they know it's the house on Paiute. I agree with the recommendations of the county manager. I'm looking at the Douglas County Code as we speak, Title 20, and scrolling down on it, there are many areas where we really are falling down. People got so disgusted with host compliance because they would call and nobody would answer the phone. They would leave a message. By the time somebody got back to them, the problem was gone. They had completely different people in the houses. The sheriff's department is underwhelmed support-wise up here. For the most part, we have 2 deputies assigned to the lake, and you get them both involved in an arrest at a casino, and that takes care of your coverage for the VHRs. So I am in total agreement with the recommendations by the county manager, and I think that these should be adopted into ordinance as soon as humanly possible.
All right. Do you want to lead the discussion, or Commissioner Nelson? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, wow, if I had my personal way, I would say that once you become a short-term rental, it becomes much different than a long-term rental month to month. And that difference is the difference between providing a home for somebody and providing a motel for somebody. And the motel is a commercial thing. And if I had my absolute way, I would say vacation home rentals, short-term rentals, only in commercially zoned areas. That would be my solution to the whole program. And I don't think that there would be any disruption to the standard people that live there at that point. But being that my personal position, I would like to say that if we go along with these other plans, on the cap, I would like to see each tier capped. Maybe tier 1 allowed half of that cap, tier 2, 30-35%, with maybe 5 to 10% being allowed for tier 3, the very large vacation home rentals. I think that enforcement is going to become more and more difficult and harder. We put a cap on it, we're probably going to have more bootleg units. And we have to make sure we catch those and fine them appropriately and make sure that they don't come back. With the internet, with the VBRO and Airbnb, anybody can go into business overnight and close down in 2 days also if they need to. So it's the compliance is going to be hard, and we got to make sure that this industry, if we allow it to continue or to grow or to maintain, that it pays for itself. I agree with that totally. The cost of this is going to be a lot of money, and they're going to have to provide those funds, because the general tax dollars that the county takes in should not be providing a service that has to be done for the county on the county dollar. And I think that these businesses will have to take care of those expenses. That's about all I have for right now.
I concur, Dave, that we need more enforcement, and these VHRs need to be paying for the enforcement that's required.
Okay, Commissioner Ingles?
There's an immediacy to this. I just received a phone call before our meeting today from a lady up at the lake complaining about the VHR and that there were sex trafficking there. I've received other complaints where they've had less than reputable type looking individuals in there. They say that they're dealing drugs, things of that nature. Let's do this in phases because we can't digest this all at once. And we start off enforcement with what we've got. And I talked to the DA's office about getting these code enforcement people badges. I've told all of you before that my brother-in-law is the chief code enforcement officer for the city of Santa Monica. They all have badges. 3 of them they have 15 enforcement officers, 3 of whom work undercover in regard to these vacation home rentals. As far as vacation home rentals are concerned down in the valley, I am adamantly opposed to that because this thing is so out of control. We have single family residence zones down here. They're not zoned commercial, period. So that item right there, we eliminate that and don't have to deal with the code enforcement here. And the code enforcement, if we do get another code enforcement officer, which I agree wholeheartedly, we need, and he's dedicated to the lake, and he's going to have to be, or she is going to have to be prepared to work some weekends because that's when the activity really hits. And then we go from there and see where it goes. And as far as I forget the name of the outfit that we hired to get out compliance and everything. If we get another code enforcement officer, we have them pick up and build a database so we know who's what and what's going on. We drop this other outfit, we apply that money to their salaries because there's going to be overtime and all kinds of stuff. So, and another possibility, we eliminate having the meetings at the lake so we don't have to pay rent for that. We take that money and apply it to a code enforcement officer. And LTVA and all these entities up at the lake, they're the ones pulling the tourists in, have them pay a little bit into this fund to help cover the cost of monitoring these vacation home rentals. So start out in phases and just start working towards it. One thing done at a time. And the first thing, of course, is to get an additional code enforcement officer. And I think the second thing is get them badges so they have some enforcement authority. And that applies countywide as well. I'm done.
Larry?
Well, Larry Walsh, I think next.
You know, I kind of agree with the comments made by Dave and Wes. One of the things that concerns me is I can't remember where I read, but you know they want the cap at 725, but right now there's 600 and something, and there's so many that they think is not being that are out of compliance. What are we doing about the ones that are currently out of compliance? Why aren't they brought into compliance now? I mean, is it a staffing issue? What's the deal, Patrick?
It's kind of a regulatory issue. I'll let Jennifer answer that. She's a lot closer to that than I am.
Thank you for that opportunity. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager for the record. It's a twofold issue. So we are working towards getting individuals, identifying properties and getting individuals into compliance. The primary problem that we're up against is when someone advertises a property, of course, they do it covertly and they're getting very smart. They are showing photos of the interior of the house, but not always photos of the exterior. And of course, the address is not identified. So we have been working with Host Compliance and now HDL to help us identify those properties, and that takes some time. Once we identify the property, then the way our code is written, and that is something we will want to look at when we make changes to the ordinance, we have to prove that they've actually are renting it as a vacation home rental. Not that they're advertising it, but that people have stayed. That has been an interesting process. It sometimes involves code enforcement officers camped out outside of VHRs taking photos. Sometimes involves the sheriff's office responding. Sometimes involves people signing affidavits verifying that they have stayed in these properties. But we have to, because of the way code is written, verify that there is a stay before we can issue a violation. I do know that Mr. Taylor is on this call. I don't know, or excuse me, in this meeting. I don't know if he has anything that he wants to add to that.
Mr. Taylor? Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jennifer, Sam Taylor for the record with the Douglas County DA's office. I concur with what Jennifer said. Enforcement is very difficult, and you do have to basically show that, you know, somebody did stay there, pay money for the place. There's one additional way to do that, but quite frankly, I don't want to disclose it here because it might lead to somebody trying to avoid it in the future. Handy, if I may. So there is a need to step up our enforcement capacity. I mean, I'm working right now on 2 cases where we have people basically not paying TOT. We know people are staying in their place. We're currently in the process of dealing with that, and we're identifying more as we go. Our new vendor is quite good at helping us do that. So we're really stepping up our efforts there. And our code enforcement officer, we lost somebody recently that was really, you know, pretty good and embedded in the program. So it's going to be a hard void to fill. I'm sure Patrick and Jennifer would agree with that. Yeah, it'd be nice to have some code changes, and also it'd be nice to have some, you know, modifications of language that allowed us to take action immediately. So maybe even increase the criminal penalties. That'd be a recommendation I'd throw in there, and actually have 1, maybe or 2 criminal cases being thrown out. I've been working with the prosecution division right now, and you know, if you can get a case or 2 prosecuted and let people know we're serious, then it might actually have a positive impact on the enforcement side.
Well, thank you.
I would like to see investigated in Round Hill. If we have reason to suspect that a house is being used as a VHR, and trust me, when a neighbor sees that the empty house next door has weekend visitors every weekend, they're more than happy to come to the GID and let us know. And when that happens, the homeowner is sent a message saying that we have information that they are operating a VHR. And from this point on, you will be paying commercial rates for your water as well as your sewage. And if you do not do so, we will turn your water off. And we've gotten some pretty good results with that. In fact, when we send them the notice saying that we are charging them commercial rates, we also send a notice to Douglas County for enforcement by the, unfortunately, Host Compliance wasn't very compliant, but I got a smirk out of Jennifer on that one. But hopefully the new outfit that we have is much better at identifying and being able to bring something to us that's prosecutable. So I think that
I got a question. Okay, so you see a house that's being used, or a cabin or whatever, and you determine that it is a VHR. And we discover that they are not in compliance, they haven't registered, nothing. What is the fine for not being a registered VHR? How much is it?
5,000, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it is 5,000. However, we can't find someone on the first instance. And so we are required to issue a notice of violation, and they have 30 days to correct. Sam's shaking his head no. Sam, do you want to jump in?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, Jennifer's correct about the $5,000. And yes, you do have to basically give them notice and opportunity to correct. But there are other penalties as well. For example, failure to pay TOT, there's a 10% penalty for all the unpaid TOT. And they're also required to go back at least 3 years on the unpaid TOT. So there's a 10% penalty on all those. In addition, there are daily fines that apply that can go up to $500 a day. So there's substantial penalties on the books. The issue is, figuring out who's violating them. That's the hard part.
Well, this is interesting because when I was in the LAPD, we had the same problem with these people with rent party houses out in the Hollywood Hills. And, you get 200-300 people there at the party house, and you can't just go in there with 2 cops. You have to go in there in force because you're going to get your butt kicked if you're not careful. And you try to find out, well, who is in charge here? I don't know. Who? And you knew it was a party house because there was no furniture. There might be a couch over here, something over there. And so it finally got to the point where we'd have to go in there and force, clear the house out, and then we would go do a title search and take it to a judge, and the judge would determine whether to apply a fine or not. And there was no messing around on it. And so this is what my brother-in-law encounters down there in Santa Monica. They have 3 guys that work undercover. They have credit cards that are issued to them by the city that just have, their name, Joe Schmidlap, like anybody. And they go in there and they deal with exactly what you're talking about. Because these people try to maintain these clandestine operations because they don't want to pay the taxes. And so you have to sneak in and operate covertly and find out what's going on, and then you collect the information, and bingo, you got them. Hence the badge. Sam, what do you think about a badge for these guys?
Well, Commissioner Ingalls, I don't oppose a badge, but I don't think it's necessary for them to perform their work. I think if they have their ID identifying themselves as a Douglas County code enforcement officer, I think that's sufficient, but a badge would also work as well. So I'm not opposed to it.
Some elan to it, and because it's not just up there at the VHRs, it's all the other enforcement things they have to deal with. But anyway, I hear what you're saying, but here again, we need to get going on this, and just start with a phase, start with one thing, and work towards the next. Because you can't do it and digest it all at once.
So I think the proper thing would be to confirm the recommendations of the city manager at this time, the county manager, sorry, sir, and move on from there. Are we ready for a motion yet?
May I say something?
Please do, sir.
Well, I think this is a case of overwhelming force. You've got to have code enforcement. I really think the code enforcement ought to be sheriffs. I think everybody ought to have a badge. I agree completely with that. I think you show a badge, you get to do it. I think to say that we're going to limit it to 725, though, poses a problem because we don't have any data that says we should do that. In fact, in the report, I couldn't read where it said the total number of homes that would be eligible at the lake. We don't know what that number is. everybody could do it or nobody could do it. But I think if you say we're going to limit it to, let's say 725, you're using the dartboard theory. I think it's harder on the lawyers to prove that we had anything, what's that phrase that you always use? Arbitrary and capricious. I'll get to you in just a second, Jennifer. I think that you've got to have more than a group of folks that got together and decided it was that. I think it's also tomfoolery to not have this apply to the entire county. It's got to apply to the entire county, and otherwise you go back to arbitrary and capricious. It's only at the lake? Based on what? Because we only want to do it at the lake?
That could be by code.
It doesn't matter. If the code is found unconstitutional and arbitrary and capricious, it throws out the code.
Single family residence?
I think you need an overwhelming group of people that are going to go out there and check that stuff.
Yeah.
And I think we need to do that and do that rapidly. There are a lot of things that you can do, like shutting off the water and all those kinds of things. But if you really want to impress them with it being illegal, you got a badge. You're illegal. You know, I think that's absolutely necessary for it. The other part of this is that we've got groups from Washoe County and the Washoe County Board discussed this, and they had competing thoughts about how to do it. And they really haven't arrived at this is the ordinance. And where the lawyers would like us to do something to the ordinance, we've had lots of time to do that, but we haven't. In fact, we've asked for what are the ordinances you want changed. So far as I know, we have changed the ordinances the way they want them done, but we haven't got any language that says it needs to be changed now again. And the folks for Washoe have the same problem we have. They have the folks down in the valley as well as those at the lake, and they haven't come up with a good idea or a good way to solve it. The stuff from State Line was dated 2017, and then they had Measure T, and that went right into the courts. And they were going to blanket all. They were going to say there weren't going to be any rentals, which was driving people over to our side. So I think we have to have a plan that's measured. And if you want phases, I'll support phases. But you got to have what's going to happen in each phase. And for us to say we're going to just limit it to 725 now, we're going to adopt all of what Patrick said. While it's good stuff, I understand that, I think that you need to, what's in each phase. And then the last point that I want to make has to deal with the advisory group. In my experience on this commission, every time you get an advisory group, their philosophy is, you've asked for our advice, we've given it to you, you didn't adopt it, why do you have an advisory group? It doesn't matter whether it's for roads or anything else. So the advisory group is essentially a committee that's deciding what to do. If you want it to be an advisory group, you've got to accept the fact that they're going to get really upset, and some people will quit if you don't do exactly what they advise you to do. I think you do need some kind of appellate group. And that's kind of like the Water Advisory Committee or the Water Conveyance Committee. And they make a ruling to the Planning Commission about whether there's water or not. And if they say no, there is not, it doesn't happen. And so you need something that's going to have some teeth to it that is going to require them to go back to the boards. And personally, what I'd say, if you're going to have an appellate authority, you say, okay, the authority can review it. If they don't like the decision of that, they go to court. You know, and let it be decided by the courts. And the advisory committee is, if you want to have one, it's got to be informal. I don't see how it works if you formalize it and put them in charge. So those are my thoughts. Jennifer, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points of clarification for the board. First of all, I didn't want to give the board the impression that we aren't enforcing those properties that are operating without a permit. This program, since we created the fine, we have been very successful in getting people into compliance. We have a 95% compliance rate. And I would remind the board that a year ago when we started down this path, we had over 1,300 VHRs advertised in Douglas County. At that time, we had around 400 permitted properties. Over the course of the last year or so, we have since increased the number of permits to 608, although it has dropped off a little bit in COVID. We have seen a decline in people using their homes as VHRs because they're now occupying their second property because they can work remotely. So we did see a significant drop. And at the time I wrote this report, we believed that there were only 135 properties operating without a permit at that time. I think that number has increased during COVID because I think COVID has also created an increase in demand and interest up at the lake. And with it has come an increased number of problems up at the lake. We're experiencing 3 times the number of complaints up at the lake than we were this time last year. Also, I did want to give some insight into how the task force selected that cap number of 725. It was not arbitrary. They based it on data. So at the time, as I mentioned, we knew that there were approximately 600 permitted properties. We also knew that there were around 135 operating without a permit. That gave us around a 725 demand range for permits. We thought it would probably fluctuate seasonally, but we thought that was a good starting off point. In addition, the task force discussed the percentage of the total housing stock and what a cap would represent in terms of that percentage. So in the report, I would just highlight for the board that right now, with 608 permitted properties up at the lake, that represents 12.5% of the total housing units at the lake that would be used as short-term rentals. When you push that number to 725, that's 13.5% of the total housing stock at the lake. The task force felt very strongly that when you look at vacation home rentals and short-term use of properties, that becomes an issue, an affordable housing issue at the lake. And that was another reason for trying to keep that cap number below 15%. They felt 15% was way too high. They thought 12% where it's at right now is probably too high too, but they didn't want to see it go much higher than 13% of the total housing stock at the lake. And that's how they arrived at that 725 permit number.
Okay, Jennifer, I would point out to you, when you say they felt and they think, those are not data driven. Feelings and thinkings are not reliable data. And I don't want to get into an argument about it, but I think that you have to have more than feelings and think about whether 15% is good or bad or 13% is good or bad. That was my only point in that. So, well, you're saying it's data driven. What is the total number, raw number of units available at the lake to rent?
I'll look it up in the report, sir, but my recollection is that it's around 4,400 units.
Because that does that include everything that is classified single family residence, or is that condo units? But how's that go?
That's single family and multifamily units.
Okay. That's, go ahead, Commissioner Ingles.
Jennifer, how much revenue has been brought in on this VHR stuff?
Last fiscal year, it was over $2 million in taxes annually. This fiscal year, we're on track to bring in more than that number.
Okay, so we've got enough to cover the cost of getting an additional code enforcement person.
The fees collected for this program, actually, sir, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. So I mentioned taxes. The fees that are generated for this program are around $135,000 annually, which would not cover the cost of those additional positions.
How much are we paying this outside agency to monitor this? 100 and some K, wasn't it?
No, it's less than that, sir. I don't remember off the top of my head what the HCL contract is. I can get that number for you. It is less than 100,000. It's less than the 90,000 that we were paying host compliance.
Okay, well, the point I'm trying to make is we discontinue that and use another code enforcement officer to augment that one. In general, as a guideline, I think Mr. Cates has put together a great guideline. And to get the ball rolling, we could put an action item forward to accept that guideline and then specifically dissolve the advisory board, hire an additional code enforcement officer, and get badges. And we need to compile a database. I mean, Tahoe Douglas Fire doesn't even know who's on first with all of this. And I'm not talking a complicated database, just do it in Excel. And that way, you know, you can put different columns in and keep it flexible for different things that come up that we may want to track. But, and most people are familiar with an Excel database or using Excel as a database. Simple. So we do those 4 things to get started in conjunction with adopting County Manager Cates's overall guideline. Because there's immediacy with some of these things. We got to get going. We can't sit and just discuss it and discuss. Chairman Penzel is correct. You know, we've got to get going with some of these things. And we're going to learn more as we go along. We can adapt. It's like in the artillery. We used to move, shoot, and communicate.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Sam Taylor again for Douglas County DA. I just want to point out that our current contractor is assisting us with permitting. So they're helping us with the permits and the permit process. And from my discussions with, you know, Douglas County code enforcement staff, as well as Tom Delaire and others, they really need them to do this. And like I said, we lost our permitting expertise just recently, so they're even more important now. So I would just like to point out that, you know, if you're going to terminate them, now may not be the good time. Plus, I would also like to note that we're using them to actually obtain information on who is out of compliance. So that they are the ones who are providing us the information to prove who is not in compliance. Again, I don't want to discuss the methodology because I don't want to give it away to the public, but they are helping us do that.
No, that's where we need to maintain our flexibility in regard to handling this. I agree totally with what you're saying. So, okay, we'll eliminate that thing. Now, what about this advisory group? And that's another level of bureaucracy, and you're going to get people that want to do everything. I mean, it's just, the board can handle this item by item as it comes up and then dump it on Jennifer.
I for one, don't think that we need to be disbanding them yet. There's still a lot of work to do.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion if you'll hear it.
Well, before you do that, what would you start with, Wes? I mean, right now.
I don't understand the question. Start with what?
Well, the thought is that we could use Mr. Cates's outline as a guide. We can't do it all at once. But what items within that should we start with immediately?
I would start with all of the recommendations that the county manager made.
That's a lot to digest all at once.
Well, there were only, how many, Mr. Cates, there were 10 items?
Yes, there were 10 recommendations, but within that, there's a lot of detail.
I'm going to make it 12. Get badges and a database. You got to have a database to know. I mean, that should be shared with Tahoe Douglas Fire, their inspection.
I believe that's what the new compliance company is working on. Is that correct, Sam?
Yes, Sam Taylor again. Yes, that is part of what is occurring right now, that we're working on getting the database together. And I know that Tom Delaire is working on that, and he's actually trying to coordinate, it's my understanding, with the fire department up there, Eric and his folks, and also try to coordinate the permitting process and how they do that as well. So,
Okay, is this database available to the public now?
I'm sorry?
Is the database available to the public, to us? If I want to see if it's a VHR, is there someplace we can look at it?
I'm not sure about that, sir.
You see, this is the thing. We're going to have to wait until this whole thing is done, which may be a year from now. And why can't we just be developing and it's evolving and make it public and say, this is, you know, some people up there can see it. They can help us. If they see that this thing is listed, then they know we're tracking it. If it's not listed, they let us know.
That's why I'm recommending that we go with the recommendations of the county manager, the steps that he has put forward. That's a first step. It's a place to start, and everything that he has recommended is doable now. So that's why I'm very.
I didn't see database on there, but I guess they're working on it.
They are, sir. Trust me, I'm very familiar with what's going on, seeing as how it's my district and I'm the one that gets the nasty phone calls. So,
well, I get a lot of them too, Wes.
Let's address some of the enforcement aspects. And you know, Round Hill has an HOA and they can enforce things, but those that aren't in an HOA, how do they?
We do not have an HOA, sir.
What do you have? A GID. Yeah. Okay. You want to create GIDs everywhere?
We have GIDs everywhere. At least up here we do.
So we have a few areas where there are not. So, you know, are we going to put everything in an HOA or a GID?
No, sir.
So the ones in a GID or an HOA, they have an enforcement capability, or they have a way of dealing with the VHRs by virtue of either CC&Rs or rules within the GID. The ones outside of it don't have it. They're not protected at all. Are you looking at having different rules for different places?
No, sir. Number one, most of the areas up here at the lake are in GIDs.
No, that Heavenly around there, up at the lifts are not.
I believe they're in Kingsbury, are they not?
They're in Kingsbury GID, true enough.
Correct. Not an HOA. They're in the Kingsbury GID. They are covered by a GID.
Okay, but they have to go and change the rules then on the GID.
That's up to the independent. That's up to each GID.
Well, how do you respect the rules of the GID if we pass rules at the county level?
Because we supersede the GIDs.
Oh, yeah, that'd be, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's always good. That's a fight right there. Mr. Ritchie,
when it comes to county ordinances,
on the line.
We're not butting heads with the GIDs. We're trying to work in cooperation with them, and they're trying to work in cooperation with us. Being on the GID that we have here, I've been on it for 12 years, and I guarantee you that we don't butt heads with the county.
Okay.
If I may,
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I'm becoming more and more convinced that if it's a commercial operation, and forbid it in any place unless it's zoned commercial.
Yeah, well, don't you have a thing called property rights? These folks will come back.
Zoning has been proved okay by the constitutionalists. You can definitely do zoning and say you can only do certain things in certain zoning. And it is a commercial use. I'm sorry, but it is a commercial use when you start using it like a motel. Doug, you want to pitch in there?
Sam, this this database, are you familiar with it, or Jennifer, are you? It's being worked on. I mean, what software are they using? Let's not complicate it.
We are designing the database to be available online for the public to be able to enter an address and determine whether or not it's a VHR. We have, we're probably about 30 days out from doing that. I don't know what software they're using.
Well, if anybody's ready for a motion.
No, we got to include badges. We need some stinking badges.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we confirm the recommendations of the county manager related to the administration and permitting of vacation home rentals in Douglas County and direct staff to take the necessary steps to implement these recommendations.
I second that if you include badges.
Does that include the cap of 725?
It does.
Which I don't agree with.
All right, we have a motion, but no second. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it if it includes badges.
Well, it doesn't. So are you seconding it? Yes or no?
Change your motion, Wes, to include badges.
And would that change the recommendations that you made, sir?
I mean, just another line item in there.
I'd have to think about that. There are, well, I'll just give an example. There are civilian enforcement people, compliance enforcement people that have badges. They're not peace officers, but they do have badges. And I think we could accommodate that if that's the desire of the board.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yes, the recommendations are just recommendations, but right now, the way I hear it is we need code enforcement. We need somebody now, not later, come back next year or whenever it is with the recommendations to hire X number of people. Okay, so if you want to approve an additional code enforcement officer right now, which would probably help the situation, that would probably be a benefit.
Yep.
I would prefer that we have a motion that says, and since we don't have a second, Mr. Rice, we'll say that the motion it hasn't been seconded and it would fail at this point. I would prefer a motion that gets us an additional code enforcement or police officer or a deputy sheriff. And let the county manager and the sheriff determine whether or not that would be a code enforcement or a sheriff. And then bring back the recommendations to discuss how many total, and how we want to proceed on any code items that have to be done. And I think then I can support this. But right now it was just recommendations. And I think if we pass a motion that says that the recommendations are now the direction of the board, I think it's doing a disservice both to the recommendations and to the board. Mr. Taylor, you had a question? A comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Sam Taylor with Douglas County Days. I was just going to point out that right now, if you're going to add another body and you'd be able to utilize them under the code enforcement mechanism set forth in county code, that would need to be a code enforcement officer, because that is who has jurisdiction over VHRs at this point. The sheriff's office does not have the ability to enforce the code as a code enforcement officer until changes would be made to the code. At least the development code as it stands right now for VHRs.
Well,
so I'm just saying you could just make a code enforcement officer instead of a deputy sheriff, and you could add the deputy sheriff later in time if you chose to do so, if that's the way you wanted to go. But if you wanted to add a body now, I would recommend that it be a code enforcement officer.
How many code changes do you have in mind to make this program work? Because you said there are code changes you want to make. What are they? How many of them are there?
Are you speaking to me or Patrick, sir?
Yeah, I'm speaking to you. You said it.
It's true. There's quite a few.
Quite a few. 15.
The appellate body, for example, you'd need to create a whole new structure for the appeals board, so that you create a whole new appeals board and then allow them to move directly.
Okay, I don't want to go into each one. Just how many total do you think you would need?
20, 30?
20 code changes to make the program work?
It's a lot.
Well, then we need to review those and make sure that everybody agrees with them.
Well, isn't that the point of the whole thing, Barry, is to have Patrick either agree with the recommendations or not, but to have, if we do, to have him come back with a proposed ordinance? Isn't that the whole idea?
Yes.
I don't know. The motion is to approve what he presented. And every time we do that, it comes back to bite us. What I would like to see is a program, not pieces of the program. And if you want to start somewhere, I agree with Commissioner Ingalls. Let's get the code guy on board. Let's get that rolling. Then we can come back and review.
I made that recommendation and I agree with that, but I think the motion that we ought to adopt right now is to hire an additional code enforcement officer and to have Patrick and staff come back to us with proposed ordinance changes and no caps.
I agree with that. Mr. Rice, do you agree?
I do.
Mr. Ingalls, can you support that?
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson?
With badges.
I'm still for the zoning. I think this whole thing is just going to get crazy.
Well, if you look at zoning, you're going to have spot zoning. You're going to have this place is commercial.
No, you don't have spot zoning. You leave spot zoning the way it is. And if people want to change the zoning around their area, they can come in and ask for that. But you don't allow spot zoning.
Then how are you going to do it, Dave? What's your concept of zoning changes that would work?
I'm not suggesting any zoning changes. I'm saying if it's zoned commercial where you have your building, you can run a motel. That's what we're talking about here, is basically running a motel. If you have a single family residence in a single family residence in a single family area, you can have a single family. So basically you'd be outlining VHRs in single family residence areas.
So you want to go to court and prosecute cases from every individual current VHR homeowner in a residential neighborhood when you take away their right?
Yeah.
I don't know if they ever had that right in the first place. Tell me they had that right in the first place to create a motel where they're at.
Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I believe what Commissioner Nelson is saying is the county commissioners could define these type of short-term rentals as a commercial activity. Therefore, those activities in non-commercial zoned areas, like residential neighborhoods, would be prohibited. And that clearly is lawful. You don't have auto body shops in neighborhoods, just like you don't have a hotel in the middle of a neighborhood. So I think and again, Commissioner Nelson, correct me, but what he's saying is lawful, which is to say this type of commercial activity is a commercial activity and therefore can only occur in appropriately zoned areas.
So we would be taking away the property rights of 608 property owners up in Tahoe?
You didn't have that property.
This
is a whole nother issue.
Yeah, it is.
Go back to getting code enforcement on the move. And then we can come back to what Dave says. We got to get going on this.
John, I agree with you, but I don't see how making this a commercial operation and taking away the property rights of 608 owners.
No, I'm not advocating that at this juncture.
I thought you said Dave was right.
Just get a code enforcement, additional code enforcement people, get the database built out and start enforcing code. That's all. I'm not talking about zoning and things like that. Basically, I'm talking about what Patrick has submitted.
I think we can accept his report and require him to come back with specific actions in each of the categories.
There you go. That works.
And that he propose, the last thing he has is he talks about 3 additional people, one of which is code enforcement.
Yep.
So, if we accept the report, come back with specific actions, can we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can, but I don't really think there's any teeth in that. I mean, people are looking for some resolution here. Are we going to have a cap? I mean, Patrick is recommending a cap up in Lake Tahoe. Are we going to have an advisory board or just an appellate board? I think we need to give a motion that gives him specific direction.
Well, come up with one.
Okay, let me try this. I would move that we recommend to the county manager that he's eligible, or that we should hire another code enforcement officer immediately. That we have at the current time, there's no caps up at Lake Tahoe. That an appellate board be established. That he comes back with additional proposed staffing recommendations in the future with a detailed P&L on. We don't want to overcharge people, but we want to make sure that the fees pay for the actual administration of the program. And we complete that database that John was talking about, and the recommendation or motion.
And badges.
Just those stinking badges.
Well, the badges will be with the code enforcement right now.
Okay.
And I think that additional thing is that they also come forward with the ordinance changes that they want to make as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Yes, I meant to mention that they come back with a draft ordinance.
Now,
good. I second it. Let's go. Let's start moving on.
Okay. If everybody understands the motion that Commissioner Walsh made and Commissioner Ingalls seconded, I'll call for the vote.
Understand it, but I'll second it. Let's start moving on this thing.
Okay, I'm with you. I think we have a pretty good understanding what that motion is. Do we want it read back?
No.
Seeing no need for that?
No.
And then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion by Commissioner Walsh, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls, say aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
The motion passes 4-1.
Sam's
All right.
over there pulling his hair out already.
I gave up doing that.
Thank you, I think.
Huh? Well, I
Thank
was
you, I
successful. Okay. Item 10. For possible action. Discussion regarding, for presentation only, reports and updates from county commission members concerning the various boards and commissions that they may be a member of, a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended. This is item 11. Any reports from commissioners? Raise your hand. Commissioner Ingalls.
I got wind of a new production company interested in the area.
Good.
Good. Are they from Canoga Park?
Yeah, they're going to bring some of the girls up. That's a good point. That's why we need to have a permitting process, because we don't want to have that just sneak up on us.
There you go. Okay. Any other reports from commissioners?
How do you know about Canoga Park? Oh, you lived over there.
Seeing none, we will close that item and we'll bring on closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Ms. Wood, how many do we have?
Natalie Wood for the record. We have 11. I will start playing them.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Miranda Miller, MIRANDA MILLER, and I'm calling in support of increased VHR regulations and oversight. Where we live, we have seen an exponential increase in the amount of vacation rentals and the lack of regulations associated with them, which has directly impacted our quality of life and satisfaction living here in Douglas County. We understand that as part of our local economy, tourism is very important and vital. However, I think that there are ways that we can do better to ensure that the local community and the tourism industry can live in harmony. With the noise complaints going on, as well as parking concerns and trash concerns, and really just not enough resources from the community in order to handle all of these vacation rentals and the issue of unpermitted vacation rentals, I just don't see this issue getting any better unless we make substantial change now. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me today, and have a great day.
Next.
Yes, my name is Carol Strail. I live in Minden, and it's in regards to Knox Excavating and the Painted Rock Mine. My home is going to be affected by this excavation in a horribly, horribly way. Commissioner Rice, your apology is less than sincere. As a Douglas County Commissioner, you should be looking out for all the people of this county, no matter what project is taking place. And based upon the fact that none of us that will be affected by this mine were contacted by you, I think that it's disingenuous of you to even try to apologize. You need to be working with the people that are going to be affected by this. And all I can say is that hopefully there can be a resolve where all of us in the county here can come to a satisfactory conclusion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Hollingshead, ROBINHOLLINGSHEAT. I live in Johnson Lane and have for 27 years now. I'm calling regarding the Painted Rock Quarry, and me and my family, we are in opposition of this operation just over a mile east of us. We had moved to this area 27 years ago, bringing our children and just desiring to live in a beautiful, quiet, rural area. And it has been beautiful and it has been wonderful. And there are many people here, retired and otherwise, young people who have enjoyed this community. And I look around, we drove up to the quarry area and we drove down the road, and we don't see how this kind of business can operate in our residential neighborhood without making some, really devastating changes to our way of life out here. And I just want to let our opinion known on this. We had heard about the quarry the night of the deadline for public comment, and barely had time to tell other people, much less get our own comments emailed to the Bureau of Indian Affairs person. And it just seems strange to me that this is being pushed through so almost quietly. I guess it was intended to be quietly, but people found out about it and found out that maybe there could be a say in the matter. We were told we have no say in the matter because this is Indian land, but now I'm hearing that we do need environmental impact studies and such. And I would appreciate your consideration of the views of the people who live here and how concerning this is for us. I drive up and down Johnson Lane in Fremont, and what I see is homes, residential homes with front yards very close to the road, and young people riding their ATVs, walking, people riding horses, people sometimes, usually elderly people, crossing the street to get to their mailboxes on certain areas of Johnson Lane. School buses, I have to wait behind school buses quite often to get down Johnson Lane. There are bus stops, small children, pets. This is a residential community with with narrow roads that are not designed for this kind of traffic. And when the traffic opened up on Fremont, where we live, it changed our life here already because of all of the trucks going back and forth to Gardnerville. These big trucks.
Okay, that one ended. Next.
Hello, my name is Dina Reagan, D-E-E-N-A, Reagan, R-E-A-G-A-N. I oppose the Painted Rock Granite Pit just because it devalues our home. We have those big trucks already driving up and down our street. We've had numerous accidents coming in and out of Billy's Road already. They're tearing down our roads. We're taxpayers. We shouldn't have to have these big trucks making a profit on a granite pit, and then we're paying the taxes on the road. And also, children ride their quads and their motorcycles across these streets and down these dirt roads. And this is just a very unhealthy project going in the Johnson Lane area, and we're not happy with it. Thank you.
Next.
Yes, my name is Judy, J-U-D-Y, Jaggard, J-A-G-G-A-R-D. I am calling about the Painted Rock Quarry, and I am against the quarry. I'm a resident of Johnson Lane, and I'm concerned about the quality of life with this quarry being put into place. As I understand it, there will be very heavy traffic involving very large trucks and lots of trucks. I'm concerned about danger to residents with these big trucks. So many of these big trucks. And Johnson Lane, I'm not sure is Johnson Lane Road designed for that kind of usage. I don't know. Have environmental studies been done to assess changes in flash flood water flow, erosion control, water pollution? I'm also concerned about water usage and how that will affect our community, since water is such a precious commodity. From what I've learned about this process, I feel it's poorly planned and that the county needs to fulfill its responsibility to the citizens of Douglas County by learning and studying this project involving the environment and safety to our community. I thank you for your consideration. Goodbye.
My name is Sharon Moselle, M-O-S-E-L, and I live off of Johnson Lane, in which there's a Painted Rock Quarry slated. And I just wanted you to know that I'm most unhappy with the fact that the Painted Rock Quarry has gotten the go-ahead in this neighborhood, especially down Fremont, because it is such a rural area with horses, etc. I can't imagine lots of trucks going up and down that street, dropping gravel, making loud brake noises, and leaving just in general a disgusting mess and breaking down on the cement. It really does not belong in a residential area. Thank you. Again, Sharon Moselle, M-O-S-E-L. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Yes, this is Katrina French. I'm very concerned about this rock quarry going in at the end of Johnson Lane at Painted Rock. I'm very concerned for a number of reasons. I don't know what rights Knox Excavating has coming in and doing some of these things that they're doing. It seems like we don't know about what's really going on, we the town people, and now we're finding out that things are progressing. 24,000 gallons of water per day, the water consumption alone. Where are you going to be getting that water? Are you taking water from individual homeowners' wells? And the road damage, that's another thing that we're concerned about. The trucks and the noise going up and down Johnson and Stephanie. We have children out there. We have people that ride their horses out there. The 85 trucks that are going to be loaded with dirt per day back and forth. Those roads are not meant to handle that kind of traffic. And there's a huge safety and health hazard with the toxins coming from the diesel exhaust. It's just crazy. And so I don't understand why this is even being considered. We like it out in Johnson Lane because it's peaceful out there. The possible blasting and the noise and the constant laboring of the diesel trucks, it's just, we like our peace and quiet. So I just wanted to make sure that you heard from me, a homeowner out in Johnson Lane, how I oppose this. I simply oppose this right for you to go in and do this to our beautiful Johnson Lane area. And hopefully this doesn't get passed. There's so many accidents out there right now with the trucks that are going back and forth to Starbucks and the other industrial businesses out there alone. So I sure hope that you've heard me, and I hope that this makes a difference. Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, my name is Mike McGriff. I live here in Johnson Lane, and I want to voice my opposition to the Painted Rock granite pit. The truck traffic going up and down Johnson Lane, I think, is very dangerous. A lot of kids that wait for the bus could be in danger. There's so much traffic already. And I just believe that the commissioners have the ability to put a stop to that if they want to. So then just voicing my opposition to it. Thank you.
Okay, the next one's from the same number. I'll play it and see if it's a different individual.
Hi, my name is Karen McGriff, Karen McGriff. I am opposing the Painted Rock granite pit, and I, as a mother and a grandmother now, I think the travel of these big vehicles on our road where our children stand and play, animals get out of their homes and run, I think it would be elevating danger.
Okay, next.
Jim Slade. Earlier, I talked about how rushed the master plan update process was and why it was in the public interest to slow down the update in order to get it right by encouraging as much public input as possible. Just yesterday, the agenda for next Tuesday's special meeting of the Planning Commission was released with just one agenda item, which is presentation and discussion on proposed 2020 update to the master plan. That issue is of utmost importance to county residents. The agenda packet is 469 pages long on this one agenda item alone. It is full of information and needs careful consideration by planning commissioners and all residents interested in the future of our county. Expecting commissioners and citizens to thoroughly read through all the information included by Tuesday and to then make cogent comments on matters that they feel are important is totally unrealistic and insulting. That meeting should be postponed for at least 1 week, if not longer. Failure to do so would indicate a rush to judgment and a clear disinterest in any public input on this important matter. I also stated earlier that there was an attempt by certain commissioners in community development to add pro-development statements to the master plan update. Let me give some examples. Our master plan's first goal for growth management has always been, quote, to keep growth in Douglas County to a sustainable level that natural and fiscal resources can support. That's something which nearly everyone can agree with. The county, however, is now suggesting to add the phrase, and that our businesses need to flourish. That is an obvious giveaway to pro-growth interests who want few restraints on development. The county also proposes to add a goal to increase housing opportunities for affordable housing, another giveaway to developers. In the recent master plan update survey, only 42.3% of respondents agreed with that goal. Clearly, residents want less growth, not more. Likewise, the first goal for land use reads, to maintain the land use plan that manages growth at a sustainable rate to maintain the treasured qualities of the county. Those qualities, of course, would include preserving open space and the rural character. The county, however, wants to eliminate that goal and add a phrase to the new goal, number 1, about achieving, quote, balance between preservation and development. That is another giveaway to developers and not what the majority of residents want. Our residents have repeatedly expressed a desire to keep our rural character. They voted to pass both the Sustainable Growth Initiative and the Growth Management Ordinance. They want slow, sustainable growth, not the runaway growth that we seem to be about to embark on. We already have 7,000 homes that can be built in the pipeline, including the Park 2,500 homes 3 of you voted to approve last year. Yet those same 3 commissioners seemingly approve every new development proposal that comes forward. There are forces that want to add even more language to the master plan to make it even easier for developers. That is contrary to the public interest and should be rejected by the public and by the board.
Ellie Waller. The master plan update. The Board of Commissioners need to accept that the master plan update will be a better document if approval is moved to 2021, even without new census data if it isn't readily available. Also allowing for the new commissioners the opportunity to weigh in, as they are the ones that must determine approvals or denials based on the master plan content. Furthermore, 2021 aligns with the 5-year required update that was done in 2011, which is the most current approved plan. What is the hurry in approving this year? Notwithstanding, staff has made the effort to incorporate public comments, but that's a poor substitute for open dialogue with planning commissioners that will be making a recommendation to you in early November. How will the public's comments, suggestions for additions and deletions be addressed in that recommendation? Will they be left on the cutting room floor? I also urge you all to participate in that master plan workshop that should be rescheduled to accommodate reading the documents. Lastly, has the county planning commissioners legally followed NRS master plan requirements in providing annual reports as directed? Where can those annual reports be found if they exist? Page 5 of the 2017 Nevada Planning Guide states Nevada planning law does not mandate how often master plans should be prepared or updated. However, NRS 278.190 does require that the Planning Commission prepare an annual report to the governing body with any recommendations concerning the master plan. Typically, the planning staff will prepare this report for the planning commissioners. NRS 278.190, promotion of plans and regulations, consultations and advice, entry upon land, general powers. The commission shall endeavor to promote public interest in an understanding of the master plan and of the official plans and regulations relating thereto. As a means of furthering the purpose of a master plan, the commission shall annually make recommendations to the governing body for the implementation of the plan. By the way, the City of South Lake Tahoe City Council is meeting October 20th to discuss the 2020 Regional Transportation Plan, which sets forth a blueprint for comprehensive transportation systems for the residents and employees and visitors' needs. Priorities and funding to be discussed. The region's transportation challenges and solutions need to address them have been long-standing to realize the plan's complete vision. Current efforts are underway to establish alignment around near-term transportation priorities and identification of new transportation revenue options that can be supported by local governments, the two states, and a regional partner to accelerate the plan's implementation. This alludes to the TTD basin-wide proposed entry fee. It would be good to understand where the city stands on that proposal.
Okay, next.
Hi, my name is Max Wang, M-A-X-W-A-N-G. Thank you, Board of County Commissioners. I'd like to state my opposition on certain parts of the VHR regulations for Lake Tahoe. Now, I believe the recommendation presented today would not only help improve the quality of life in Lake Tahoe, but it would also protect the animals and nature surrounding the region. I do not live in Lake Tahoe, but I have been a visitor to Lake Tahoe for many years, and it is my sincere hope that Lake Tahoe can remain a pristine place where both locals and tourists can enjoy. Being an avid lover of Tahoe, I recently purchased a property in State Line with my hope of my eventual moving into it. This seems as good as the time as any to purchase property with many people living in the West Coast and a lot of people selling their properties. There's a lot of transfer in real estate right now, and there's a good opportunity for me. The property I purchased is currently used as a VHR. I thought it would have been perfect because for personal reasons, I cannot move into the condo immediately. I thought I could cover my costs by using it as a VHR until I can move there. However, upon learning that the VHR permits are not transferable and that the new permits will have a subjectively low limit, I am extremely torn. If all of the VHR properties submit a permit or a permit renewal now, it is certain that I will not be able to obtain a permit later. It will be very difficult for me emotionally and financially. Now, I understand this may be a very specific situation for someone like me, and I understand the lovely people of Tahoe deserve to have their neighborhoods restored to the way it was before. But I respectfully ask that the Board of County Commissioners take this into account and either allow renewal of permits despite ownership change or to reconsider the permit cap. Thank you very much.
Okay, next.
Hello, this is Natalie Yanish. My last name is Y-A-N-I-S-H. I'm calling regarding item number 10. I was unsure if the motion that was approved regarding VHRs addressed direction for approving permits for VHRs outside of the Tahoe Township. Please advise on how that process may happen. I am in support of any owner in Douglas County to have the ability to apply for a short-term rental permit, not just those in the Tahoe Township. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Hi, my name is AJ Ursic, U-R-S-I-C. I've been pretty much heading up this citizens group out here in Johnson Lane regarding the Painted Rock. The group is forming as the Citizens for Rural Life. And I'll be issuing a letter to all the players at BIA, BLM. I've been in contact with, I had a meeting with Congressman Hamadeh, and we want to be sure that we are a player at the table. And I'll be sending out a letter introducing ourselves, and that we would like to make sure that all the procedures are going along well and properly, and that we would like to have more assurance of proper community involvement as far as notification and working under the NEPA rules. And so we'll be working with the county if we would like to have that availability to us as a group. Again, it's the Citizens for Rural Life, and we'll be contacting everybody. Thank you very much.
Next.
Hi, my name is Lana Shetta, and I'm opposed to item 10, the discussion regarding the work of the VHR task force appointed by the county manager. I don't currently operate a VHR, but I own and reside in a property in Upper Kingsbury, and these are my thoughts. So these questions are really wide-reaching, and they have to be considered in great detail. It's also important that these decisions be data-driven and not by thoughts and feelings of the commissioners or others. And I think that given that some properties are more likely to cause disturbances than others, such as large 4 or 3+ bedroom properties, I think it's reasonable to consider limiting those or perhaps limiting their total occupancy. But there should be a more precise approach focused on only limiting VHRs with histories of causing disturbance, breaking rules, and things like that, as not all VHRs are troublemakers. And I think regarding the 725 limit on VHR permits, that this number is so close to the number of permits already issued will create unintended incentives where people are rushing to get permits just in case they decide to rent it in the future, and this will reduce the supply of available permits from its already small number. I think that this would be mitigated by exempting some properties from the limit, such as those with 0 to 2 properties, which are less likely to cause noise, parking, and safety issues. And I think that these limits will also have a negative impact on property values in the township. South Lake Tahoe, California, is expected to have a decrease in property values as a result of Measure T, and this township has seen increased values driven by increased demand for properties on the Nevada side. This is good for homeowners and the county as a whole. I think that responsibly managed VHRs stimulate the local economy and generate substantial tax revenues. They also contribute to property appreciation and allow homeowners to participate in the gains from sharing Tahoe with the wider world rather than just the hotels. Thanks again for your consideration. Bye-bye.
Okay, that was the last public comment received. It came in at 5:35 p.m. You're on mute, sir.
Harry, you're muted. Harry, you're muted.
Now you muted.
I am unmuted now.
There you go. Now you're muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Poor Dave, he's having trouble with my muting and unmuting. So we used up another minute of time by just going through that. So we got 4 more minutes of time.
Oh, the last one came in at 5:40 or 5:35.
Yeah, but I've been traditionally giving them another 5 minutes. And we used up one of those minutes. It should be 5:45. I want to make sure that everybody's unmuted and they have the capability of saying whatever they want, whenever they want.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
There you go.
My internet communication is becoming unstable. I don't know if I can wait.
Move to adjourn.
All right, 5:45. I'll accept that motion. We are hereby adjourned. Well done, David.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.